We are live, right? Yep. What's up, Tiny Top? You want to go back in the bag? There you go. Why is this not working again? Fucking hell, I am dying. This heat is horrendous. Oh, never mind. It worked. That's funny. Hello, Thalia. Hello, Dante. I see Admiral was in chat before. Who else was in chat before? Lava King? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How the fuck are we doing?
Big fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! I had a deck box that I wore around my neck.
How bad is the heat over at your way? Honestly, not great. it's like pretty fucking bad depending on like which sections you tend to stay at. And frankly, that's not the vibe, especially when you did cardio for like half an hour today. Because I live like I live in a divot, right? So there's like mountains and like cities just all around me that catch all the goddamn air. So I'm here, as you can see, sweating like a motherfucker. And it's catching up to me. I can check the weather app. At its peak, it was 31 degrees for me. It's meant to reach up to 38 to 40 tomorrow. I'll be a puddle fit. Oh my god, that sucks. What's it gonna be for me tomorrow? 33. It's meant to be 33-ish degrees for like 3 hours, and those 3 hours I'll be in the fucking gym. But before then, I've got to do a phone call. I love phone calls so fucking much. Anyway, how are we doing? How are we doing? How are we doing? How are we doing? How in the fuckaroos are we doing? You know, bear mind melting in this miniature heat wave we're currently going through. Y'all always crying. Well, I don't fucking blame them. Melting in here. Joshua streams. Indeed. It's what I do. What I do to have fun. Anyway, how are we? Other than the heat, pretty good. Just been reading Lord of the Mysteries all day. Fair enough. I've been up since 9. I've just been doing random shit. I've been fighting the last boss in Blasphemous 2. God, it's kicking my ass. Then went to the gym. That was awful because the AC wasn't working in the gym today. So I'm not even kidding. We all stunk as shit. We all fucking stank. I had to get a shower, like, in the gym, and I don't do that often. I don't do that, not that often at the very least. Who is ready for the fated bingo? Oh, Lord. I mean, today we're going to be we're 9:15 today to 9:30. Thursday, it is 9:30 to 9:45, maybe 9:50. Thursday, I plan to have a bit of a chill day. Because if my calendar's correct. Yep. Thursday is going to be a bit more of me, like, I'm actively sitting back, probably not engaging with chat as much. Just reading. Trying to get through as much as possible. Because we're this close to 1,000. We're this close to 1,000 fucking chapters. This fucking close. And I still have 2,000 more to go. Hey, Gen Alpha. I've also been reading The Priority of the Orange Tree. Fuck, is that good. I was at my mate's house looking after a dog yesterday. I love that dog. Love Dora. I brought the book over. I bought it ages ago. I bought it when I bought the first copy of A Way of Kings by Brandon Sanderson. Still haven't read that one yet either. And I've been having a blast. Great read. Like 15 chapters in that right now. Oh boy. But how's everyone day been? How's everyone doing? That's wrong. I have a divine aspect. Fuck yeah. Early gift from the woman. Hey, that's actually kind of based. It's called LARP Slave. Oh yeah, you're not like where we are in the story, are you? I forget that. I forget you're a couple chapters behind. Just read it. You probably have more time than, like, most of us. You're what, 13? You probably just came back from school, if not, already on school break. Just read. It's really annoying me how I've misspelled subscribe. Not misspelled, but, like, fucked it up. Because I'm not had to write on it for a couple of days. But yeah, other than that. What's happening? We're going to be reading 9:15 to 9:30 today of Shadow Slave. Tomorrow is... chapter 40 to chapter 55 of Lord of the Mysteries. Maybe a bit ahead, maybe chapter 45 to chapter 60. Depends on how much I can read today. And day after that, it's 9:35 or 9:30 to 9:45, maybe 9:50 of Shadow Slave. Bro, in my country, I'm still in the second term semester. Where the fuck do you live? Wom. The day after that is mad. We will see some cool shit. Amen. Amen, amen, amen. I got myself, like, a bit more caught up on Mad when I haven't been reading other shit. God, the second arc is so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. Oh. But yeah, we'll try and get through as much as possible this week. While also not trying to exert myself, because I've had a headache all day because of this fuck-ass heat. The clue is I live in South Africa. Alright. Fair enough. That's all you really need to say. Yes, you can hop back. You can hop back on the bag. I just wanted my water. Oh, my water's fucking warm, man. Snowfall saying hi. Sorry, Snowball. Snowball's saying hi. Snowfall is up at the peak of my clothes where he usually is. Say hi. Yeah, why are you facing? There you go. Come on, get up. Nah, we just don't want to move today. The correct answer is South Africa, idiot. Okay. That's all I need to know. You're the one who got up there. There you go. No, I went a bit too far down your back. My apologies. There you go. Whew. Fucking Milton. Alright, let's get this up on my screen. Just so I can see live chat actually fucking move. He is on an adventure. He'll be on an adventure soon. All of them will be... Not all of them, but like... Alfie's lot will be going in about a couple of weeks. So, are we feeding that thing to the Asians, or is he safe? They're all safe. The clan of... Climber from Mount Sumeri equal to the heavens kitten. That's a fucking niche ass reference. I will annihilate you for suggesting such a silly thing. You chilling? Nope. Here comes Snowball. Wanna say hi? No? Yeah, it didn't fix up. Alright. How long have we been live for? I have no idea. I only know what Mount Sumeri is because of, Thingy. Yeah. Kitten obviously solos. Yeah, obviously. Speak your shit, twin. Hey, yo! Say it from the heart, twin! But yeah, today is Shadow Slave, tomorrow's Lord of the Mysteries, day after that's Mad, hopefully. Because apparently Wednesdays are a fucking curse day right now. Then it's Shadow Slave again. Break. Very, very short, very early chill stream on Saturday because I will be out. And then Sunday will be another break day. So all vibes, pretty much. Do you want to go outside, Ophi? You want to go outside? Come here. It is Big Mama. Speak your shit. Welcome. Substantially bigger than Rhea. What's up, Sonny? Yeah, we're reading your story today, bud. We're reading a story about your guy. Don't give a shit. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna let these out and then we're gonna start reading. Man, she doesn't want to go out. She just wants to chill. Ooh, Sunny's here. Sunny the furry slave. Bro still has LL49 PTSD. Lost from Fur is his true name. Oh, hi Kai. Come here, Kai. Come here, Kai. Yeah. Hello, Kai. How you doing? He's my favorite. Guy is such a good boy. He likes the other kittens. Snowball, what are you doing? Snowball's on my desk. Alright, let's get to reading. Is that Kai? That is the Kai. Oh. What's up? Didn't want to say much? Okay. Shit, the goat. Let's put you up there with your mother. 9:15. The Fool's Errand. Kai the Spin Jutsu Master. Bro's not even on the tree yet. God damn. Anyway. Just in case you haven't, like and subscribed. And let's get into it. Let's get into it. Fool, as in climb already. I like how you say that. And immediately Itzy is reacting to the Season 2 trailer. Immediately. I haven't seen shit from the Season 2 trailer yet. Anyway. In the cold darkness, a small procession of vehicles was climbing an old and battered mountain road. The road clung precariously to the stone slopes, so narrow that the wheels of the transport barely fit into the cracked surface. Looking through the windows to the right, all the refugees could see was a sharp drop. It was as though they were driving on nothing, a few centimeters away from plummeting to their death. From time to time, the stray rock would have been pushed off the road by the wheels of the slow-moving vehicles and then fall down, ricocheting off the cliffs and startling clangor. I can hear one of you fuckers behind me. Hi, Nephis. Bye, Nephis. Hi, Cassie. Bye, Cassie. They're just running all over the fucking place. They're just running all over the fucking place. The sound travelled far through the deep gouge, reflecting from its stone walls as it grew louder and louder. From the frightened refugees, it seemed as deafening as thunder. The fear was only made worse by the darkness. The headlights of the transport cut wide swaths through it, but beyond that, the night was impenetrable and oppressive. The drivers were already struggling to keep the vehicles on the narrow road, and most of it obscured by the chilling gloom. The task seemed all but impossible. Traveling through the mountains at night was ill-advised and a perilous affair. It was a fool errand. Who's the fool then? Studying the sensor feeds in the command suite of the Rhino, Sonny was mentally calculating the rate of their progress. No matter how he thought about it, the convoy speed was appallingly slow. Sadly, it couldn't be helped. The powerful APC was moving at the head of the column, clearing a path for the other vehicles. Its ram was Cassie? Cassie? Come here. Come here, Cassie. No, hi, Opie. Hi, Cassie. Speak your shit, twin. Whoa, Cassie. You're not meant to say that. Oh my days. That is some awful things to say about Sonny. Holy shit. Fucking. Whoa. Alright, maybe the Cassie hate's the bit deserved. Fucking hell. Oh. The Rhino had to remove the other obstacles from the road as well. Stone debris, large boulders, and massive chunks of ice that had split from the glaciers at the peak of the mountain. It was doing a good job of it, for the most part. Very rarely did they stumble on something that the Rhino could not move through or halt. Move through or push away. In these instances, the whole convoy had to come to a halt and wait for Sonny to move the obstacle that the APC could not handle safely with his own 2 hands. Quiet ones always have the craziest shit to say. You'd think, but Cassie, I can tell you this for certain, is not the quietest one out that group. Sonny's the quietest one out that group, and that like, it's not even close. It's either Sonny or Kai. I can't tell if Kai from Ninjago beats Kai from Shadowslave, because Kai from Ninjago had some crazy scaling from what I saw last of it. Lego Ninjago scaling is fucking hilarious, because it's like universe creators and then bum-ass humans. It's kind of funny. The Rhino was a powerful machine, but it could not compare to the might of a master. There were very few things that Sonny could not throw off the road, and even if there were, he could simply cut through it with the Sin of Solace. The jade blade of the beautiful giant was sharp enough to cut through granite as if it was water. Not that he enjoyed listening to the invasive whispers. In any case, each such stop made the already slow progress even slower. The darkness, the cold, the perilous nature of the old mountain roads, the rough state of the area after the recent earthquake. None of it was making Sonny's life easy. It was just a natural side of things. Of course, there were other threats around them as well. The whole region was teeming with nightmare creatures. For now, Sonny had managed to lead the convoy past the large swarms of abominations. It was only a question of time before they had to fight. With how much noise they were making and how much light they were producing, it was inevitable for something hungry to notice them. Some already did, of course. However, Saint had been able to kill the few solitary nightmare creatures without drawing too much attention. Sonny was using her as an outrider, so she traveled apart from the convoy to intercept any emerging threats before they could deal damage to the transports. He did not know how much longer her protection would last them, though. Sonny felt as though the envelopment of safety around the convoy was getting smaller and smaller. At least he and his soldiers could see through the darkness. If they were as blind as the mundane soldiers protecting the convoy, Sonny would have probably gone mad by now. As he was, he remained surprisingly calm and analytical. To him, the situation was both simple and unreasonably difficult. There were two types of things at his disposal. One of them was assets. Saint and Nightmare, himself and the Irregulars, and the mundane soldiers. The other was dependents, the refugees, as well as Professor Roble and Beth. Can you two stop fighting on my bag? God damn. I'm saying my versions of Sonny and Kai are the quietest. Sonny doesn't shut the fuck up, and Kai's a pop idol. He has to be loud. Cassie and Nefas are unironically like the quietest of the group. Like, on an actual base-by-base basis. But my versions, Nefas, Sonny, and Kai, don't fucking make that much noise. Cassie doesn't shut the fuck up, and Effie's always doing something. Like recently, she was trying to climb the cat tree. It was a very funny attempt. She fell on the head like 4 times. Wow. There were 4 types of dangers. Facing him. One of them was nightmare creatures, whom he had to track through his shadows and either avoid or slay. The other was the threats from within, people succumbing to the spell or going mad, which he could mitigate through various means. The third was the environment itself. The will could easily kill them without any needing of help from the abominations, but that could be dealt with as well. Finally, there was the 4th kind of danger, the most dire one, the unforeseen threats. that one could not be preempted, dealt with, or mitigated. Sonny's task was simply to apply his assets in the correct way, in order to protect his dependents from any danger. However, even if he made all the right decisions, nothing stopped the new gate from opening right in the middle of the convoy. So there was that to think about as well. Great, and on top of all of it, they were too slow. Not only was the convoy too slow to escape from an attack if need be, they were also desperately behind schedule. At that rate, the refugees would have to spend a night or two inside the transports instead of the comparatively safe campsites. Well, there's nothing I can do about it for now. If he had better vehicles, if he had more awakened, if there were more tools at his disposal. Sonny sighed. There was no point thinking about such things. At that moment, his expression slightly changed. Sonny looked to the side, as if piercing the hull of the Rhino with his gaze. There, several kilometers ahead, the slope of the gouge came together, forming a small valley with the frozen lake taking most of its surface. A swarm of nightmare creatures had just appeared from behind a tall rock, protruding as it was descending towards the lake. Sonny is plotting how to kill you. Kai is plotting how to protect you. I don't think so. Sonny and Kai both like me a lot. Nephis is indifferent. Cassie does not like me. And same with Effie. Effie is also indifferent. Effie doesn't give a fuck. Cassie. Cassie. Nah, she ain't asked. On the other side of the valley, still hidden from the sight of the slope of the mountain, there was another swarm. This one smaller, but composed of much more powerful abominations. They were heading in the same direction. What Sonny had feared came true. The convoy could not turn back. And not only were they not able to avoid colliding with the two swarms, a fight was inevitable. The corner of his mouth twitched. Standing up from his seat, Sonny stretched his limbs and then glanced at the irregulars with a deadpan expression. His people suddenly tensed. Summon your weapons. It's time to get some fresh air. The chapter 9:16. Divide and conquer. From what Sonny had seen, each of the two groups of nightmare creatures was about as strong as the swarm of eyeless abominations his cohort had eradicated at the very start of the Antarctica campaign. The first swarm consisted of 200 creatures, and most of them awakened, with several dozen fallen leading them. The second further away, and much smaller, with no more than 50 creatures composing it. However, all of them were fallen, and there were about 4 corrupted among them. Fighting each of the swarms separately would have been hard, but it's not impossible. But if they were allowed to join forces, Sonny would not know what would happen then. There was a faint hope in his heart that the nightmare creatures would obliterate each other. He knew that it was too improbable at that stage. However, animosity there was between the two tribes of abominations could not compare to the frenzied desire to devour humans, and the hundreds of defenseless civilians close by. That bloodlust was already starting to flow like fire through their veins. A battle was inevitable. The question was, how was he supposed to go about fighting that battle? The best possible solution would have been to stop the onslaught of abominations near the convoy. On the narrow mountain road, there was no space for the enemy to exploit the overwhelming numerical advantage, so the defenses could face them a few at a time. However, nightmare creatures were not known for their reason and their strong sense of self-preservation. They would madly press on, potentially burying Sonny and his cohort in an avalanche of bodies. It would not matter how many of them ended up cut down or falling into the abyssal chasm of the mountain gorge. As long as some could sink their fangs into human flesh. Additionally, he did not know what strange powers the abominations possessed. He could not guarantee that the convoy would not sustain damage. But most importantly, Sonny could not let the two swarms merge. The only chance of a swift and decisive victory, he was oh my god, he saw was to obliterate them before that happened, which meant that the irregulars had to advance and face the enemy on the wide. Oh my god, which meant that the irregulars had to advance and face the enemy on a wide open battlefield of the valley ahead. They had either to destroy one storm before the second arrived, or somehow engage both at the same time. Otherwise, a lot of people would die. Curses. The Rhino had already stopped, forcing the vehicles moving behind it to follow suit. The APC whiffed blocked pretty much the whole road, so they wouldn't move past it even if they wanted to. Sonny and his people had to climb into the roof through one of the upper hatches and then just jump down. Before too long, Gates' distorted voice came through the speakers of a portable radio.
Captain Sunless, is there another obstacle?
Sonny lingered for a few moments, then responded in a measured tone.
Negative. There's trouble ahead. Deploy your soldiers and prepare to defend the convoy. My cohort would advance to engage with the enemy, but if something gets past us, it will be up to you and your men to stop it.
Sadly, Gurn couldn't do much. There was a lone sleeper and a small amount of charged ammunition that Samira had supplied to the soldiers before leaving the bunker. The charge wasn't supposed to have dissipated completely yet, so they had a few hours left to make use of the few enchanted bullets. However, that was pretty much it. Without even the powered exoskeleton armored suits, mundane soldiers were no match for nightmare creatures above the dormant rank. Gain's answer came a few seconds after silence.
Understood.
What to do? Hi, Harsh. Why are we trying to threaten to discombobulate Harsh? Also, did you watch the Sherlock Holmes movie? Why the fuck are you using the word discombobulate? Damn, why are we so early? Early? We've been live for fucking half an hour, brother. Anyway, hi, Random. Oh, why am I so early? Oh, I had nothing else to do. I woke up an hour and a half early. Fuck yeah. Man, I'm big back. I stole my mother's dinner and now eating 3 slices of bread and ate dinner a minute ago. Fuck yeah. Bye. What to do? Looking ahead, Sonny feverishly went through numerous scenarios, calculating risks and trying to come up with a way to come out of a way to get out this dire situation. One would not spell disaster for the convoy, no matter how he looked at it. Something had to be sacrificed to balance the scale in their favor. His mind was running on all cylinders, but failing to come up with a decision. Soon he gritted his teeth and commanded the irregulars to advance. They dashed forward, braving the snow and the cold silence. It did not take long to reach the small valley. They managed to arrive at its edges before the first swarm of nightmare creatures had time to descend on the mountain. But just barely. There was maybe a minute or two left. The second swarm still had some distance away, behind a tall slope. Call me gluttony, bro. If it were up to me, I would be eating 5 meals a day. 5? God, I don't have the energy for 3. I only eat as many meals as I do because I like being strong. God, 5, that sucks. In front of them was a large empty space. It was covered in snow and almost perfectly flat. It was because most of the valley taken by the mountain lake, which was frozen, and now that the long night had come to Antarctica. There was going to be a fight soon. The pristine surface of the snow would be painted in blood, hopefully of nightmare creatures, but maybe that of humans too. Sonny ordered his soldiers to hide behind tall boulders and to climb on top of one. Then he summoned Morgan's warbow. He closed his eyes for a moment. He was just not strong enough. There were still too few assets at his disposal. This demanded war, this damn war was just too unfair. Sonny had to stop the large swarm, and someone had to stall the smaller but more powerful one.
Someone had to advance, while someone had to stay back and defend the convoy. There was simply no way to achieve all those goals without suffering a loss of something. And even though Sonny knew what decision he had to make, it was not an easy one to make. Sorry, Saint. His loyal demon would pick up the slack and face the second swarm with just Nightmare by her side. He could not spare a shadow to reinforce them. One was watching over the convoy, and he needed the other three himself. Damn. He's just out here willing and waiting to sacrifice fucking Stone Saint. That's crazy, brother. And Nightmare, too. What the fuck? 1 minute. I forgot to bring my notes out. My bad. One of these days, I'll prepare my notes. Food is good. I'm tempted to get some bacon rashes, crisps, from the co-op right now. I say that, I would love co-op digestives. The co-op ones, the like £1.10 ones that are just like this big. Oh my god, I'm a whore for them. I can't even lie. Do you even have a human heart harsh? That's so harsh. Normal Gen Alpha. I'm a picky eater born into a vegetarian family. Damn. Just bad luck all around. Cassie, shut the fuck up! Or was that Sonny? No, it's Cassie. Saint had been an outstanding warrior, but even she was not capable of handling 50 fallen and 3 corrupted abominations alone. The Black Steed would have been of some help, of course, especially now that he had subjugated a lot of nightmares, but still, the odds were not in her favor. It left to face the enemy alone. Both shadows would eventually be destroyed. That was why speed was the way of essence. If the irregulars handled the swarm fast enough, they would be able to come to Saint's rescue. If not, Sonny would have to risk losing his shadows, or dismiss them to compromise the lives of the irregulars, who would have been attacked from both sides. Kim, I need your help. With a grim sigh, he raised his bow and pulled on its strings. Damn! Damn! I can't believe he's actually getting ready to fully fucking risk Saint of all of his shadows. Nightmare, that's fair enough. He's only had Nightmare for like, what? A year? Saint he's had since he was 16. Or 17 even. And he's what, 21? 20? Something like that. Diabolical shit. At least he's still got Soul Serpent when he goes back. At least there's that. One sandwich for breakfast. One sandwich for breakfast and dinner. 2 chips for tea. And then there's Sundays, mash and gravy and chicken at the weekend. Are you Queso's brother quips? Jesus Christ, Jen. No need for that. Who the hell eats 2 fries alone? You eat fries with tea? Y'all are fucking stupid. Chapter 917. Black Tongues. Ooh, that's a Nicky name. A black arrow noiselessly flew through the darkness of the moonless night and disappeared into the white snow without a trace. Then another. Sonny tried to send as many arrows as he could before the swarm arrived. In the end, he managed to draw his bow 14 times. Knowing that he would have had to, and hopefully have the time, to rescue Saint, he would have chosen to wear the mantle of the underworld into the upcoming battle. The dying wish was already fused with it, but Sunny has not poured his essence into the transcendent charm yet, not wishing to draw attention to himself. For now, he just had black silhouettes on the dark backdrop of the night, almost unnoticeable if it was not for the pale radiance of the crimson aurora that swirled above, devouring the skies with its ghostly light. Soon, the swarm descended onto the valley. First, no. Nephis. Is Cassie in there? Is that Cassie? Who's in there? Oh, it's Sunny. Sunny! What are you doing, boy? None of yous are meant to be in there. Look at this fucker. Yeah, that sounds about right coming from you. Stop it. Look at his eyes. Look at his... Get down. Nephis. Come here, girl. Look at Nephis. Got anything to say, Nephis? No? Nothing to say? Okay. Alright, as long as we're not doing any stupid shit, y'all can chill there. Start doing anything more reckless and I'll throw you in the fucking back room. Soon, the swarm descended onto the valley. The nightmare creatures were bestial in appearance, their dirty fur emitting grunting frames that grinned with feverish power. Their snouts were long and narrow, revealing hungry maws with black tongues and countless fangs, all sharp enough to cut through metal. The fallen abominations were especially fierce. Their lean bodies were twice the size of the nightmare creatures, and the bloody bone protruding, rising from the patchy fur like morbid armor. Their tails resembled slithering snakes, and their long black tongues were dripping with a venomous saliva. Sunny had not encountered this type of abomination before. 2 months into the Antarctica campaign, the First Army had learned a few things about the Chain of Nightmares. Despite all the precautions, many awakened had been poured into the dream realm by the call. Most of them had never returned, but 2 or 3 had managed to locate the seed and survive its trial, thus becoming masters. They had all brought back the same story. There was a previously unknown region in the dream realm where countless nightmare seeds seemed to be blooming, sending myriads of nightmare creatures into a frenzy. It was a vast desert covered in airy ruins, with giant black pyramids sometimes appearing under the horizon like a dreadful mirage. Oh, this sounds like the desert Nephis was at. I guess without the black thingy. Sunny! Sunny, shut the fuck up! Oh my god. There we go. Sunny crying over nothing. Holy keyboard ASMR. Sunny protects his injustice. But then again, he started a sub counter at 1k. At something like 700 people. Ooh, me? I'm talking about chapter 1000, not subscribers. Oh, I didn't realize how actually close the numbers were. My bad. Considering that most of the gates originated from the same cursed land, it was no surprise that the nightmare creatures arriving into the waking world were all often so similar. The first evacuation army had battled the same tribes of abominations many times. The Isles, for example, were a common sight throughout Antarctica, so humans had developed methods for dealing with them. But these black tongues were new, Sonny had never seen or heard of them before. "Calm down, you bastards." Lowering Morgan's warbow, Sonny couched and disappeared into the embrace of the shadows. Surrounded by them, he was all but invisible. Which was good, because he did not want the abominations to notice him yet. Following his command, the members of the Corps were also hiding, even if it meant giving up the opportunity to bombard the nightmare creatures with ranged attacks during the approach. Sonny had ordered them to wait for his signal. Seconds passed tortuously slow. The wind howled through the mountains, bringing it with a fainted smell of blood and rot. Cursing silently, he gritted his teeth. Somewhere not too far away, Saint and Nightmare must have already engaged with the second swarm. Sonny had expected to hear a litany of furious howls, but to his surprise and unease, all he could hear was the wind. 3 of his shadows were with him, wrapped around the bow, while the fourth one was with the convoy, so Sonny could not even see what was happening behind the mountain slope. The lack of information was driving him insane. His muscles ached, begging him to explode with action. But, following a plan, he forced himself to remain motionless. Sonny needed the whole swarm of black tongues to descend up into the valley before he launched his attack. "Hurry, you damn wretches! There's no way you've not seen, heard, or smelled the convoy. Aren't you hungry for some delicious human flesh?" After a minute or so, the last of the abominations finally reached the flat surface valley. The mass of bestial bodies flowed south, aiming to cross the frozen lake. They were currently moving with purpose, aware that they were prey nearby. Nearer than you think. Sonny waited until the swarm had reached the middle of the lake and finally started the attack. Concentrating, he poured his essence into Morgan's Morbo. However, he did not draw the string again. Instead, he activated the Burden of Peace enchantment, causing the 14th arrow that he had flying earlier to suddenly become unbearably heavy. Maintaining and controlling so many arrows at the same time was not an easy task, even for him. Sonny had to test the limits of his essence control and concentrate to achieve what he wanted. It felt like he could cough blood and faint soon. But in the end, Sonny had passed that test. Each of the arrows had sunk into the weak spots of the ice sheet covering the lake, which he had found with Kim's help. Now, all 14 of them were suddenly bearing the weight of the ice with crushing weight. The ice started to crack. Slow at first, and then faster and faster. A net of cracks spread under the snow, as if a massive pane of glass was breaking. An indescribable, beautiful sound of shattering ice drowned the howls and winds for a moment, and the nightmare creatures tensed. But it was too late. Before they could do anything, the surface of the lake beneath their feet broke, sending hundreds of abominations into the freezing cold water. Instantly, the vast space of pristine snow was no more, replaced instead with a scene of utter havoc. Massive pieces of ice were collapsing and overturning as countless nightmare creatures fell into the utterly black, unbearable cold water below. They struggled to climb back into something solid, but there was nothing to support their weight with anymore. The whole swarm was being swallowed by the lake. Of course, cold water was not going to kill a nightmare creature, but they weren't going to drown either. If need be, the abominations could swim to shore or simply walk on the bottom of the lake until they had reached the surface again. Which one? Which one? Which one? Hi, Nephis. Ow. Hi, Nephis. What are you doing, you silly bitch? What are you doing? Hiding under the bed. Fuck off. Hi, hi, Olin. Hi, IDK. Hi, Random. We're gonna be here for days. No. Like I said before, we're only gonna get to chapter... What did I say? 9:30 today, because we've got another Shadow Slave stream on Thursday. We are not going to 1,000 this stream. You're right. I also forget Morgan's Warbow can just manipulate shit like that. It's kind of funny. Letting out a low growl, Sonny rose to his feet and drew Morgan's Warbow once again. This time, a different kind of arrow appeared on its string. A strange arrow that looked like a caged bolt of lightning. Oh shit! We're using the fucking lightning bolt again. I think this is the second time he's ever used this fucking thing. Wrapping 3 shadows around the strike of thunder, Sonny did not bother to aim and simply let go of the string, sending the ascended arrow into the middle of the lake. The moment the furious bolt of lightning touched the surface of the water, there was a blinding flash, and Sonny was momentarily blinded. Before he regained his sight, the voice of the spell broke through into his ear like a choir. You've slain her, you've slain her, you've slain her, you've received a memory, you've received a memory, you've slain her, you've slain her. That's funny. That's really funny. So what, that's like most of the horde already dealt with now? The kittens are getting bigger by the day. Razor of kittens living up to his name. You mean the cat lady, Josh? Fuck off. Just because Dylan called me it once doesn't mean that's my actual name. So is the title of the vid, is clickbait? No. I do plan to get to chapter 1000. This is just the beginning road of it. I think the last Shadow Slave stream was called that as well. Anyway, chapter 9:18. Voiceless Wraiths. I don't like that. If I see Wraith, I'm always gonna be fucking concerned. The spell kept whispering, the rich tapestry of the voice creating a strange harmony with itself. The result was almost distracting. Sonny instantly lost count of how many nightmare creatures he had killed with a single arrow, but it seemed to be close to 100 at least. The swarm was nothing short, of decimated. Half of the black tongues were dead, and the remaining were half rad and damaged to different degrees. The water of the mountain lake, which had been frozen cold for a few seconds, seemed to be boiling. He had been lucky enough to receive a bunch of memories, even if it meant most of them were awakened abominations. Saint was definitely going to eat well tonight. If she survived, that is. Saint's going to survive. Don't think so low of yourself. Don't think so low of Saint, Sonny. Fuck's sake. Before Sonny could come to his senses, the familiar electric whine reached his ears. Samira was already aiming her heavy rifle. Its muzzle flashed, and in the next moment, the head of the wounded fallen abomination that was trying to climb onto the large piece of ice exploded into bloody chunks. A split second later, Kim's combine was firing too. Right. The other master was probably other master could have probably spared a few seconds to anticipate the unbelievable feat of slaying 100 powerful nightmare creatures in less than a few seconds, but Sonny did not have such luck. He was still raging against time. There was still an entirely different swarm of abominations for him to fight. The pristine white expanse of the mountain valley was gone. Instead, all he could see was black water that charred, and with charred corpses floating in it. The scores of ferociously burned nightmare creatures feverishly trying to get to the shore. Abandoning their attempts to climb onto the ice, they were diving down into the lake instead, to travel across its bottom since the electricity only spread on over the surface of the water. Summoning the strike of thunder for a second time was not going to do him any good. Glancing at the macabre scene, Sonny turned his head and spoke. Dawn! I'll leave you in charge. The bastards sustained a lot of damage. They will be vulnerable while trying to break through the ice. Have Samara take the largest ones and finish the rest when they come up with Bell and Luster. The giant man nodded and stared at him and looked at him with a very strange expression. Understood, Understood. But, Captain, what about you? Sonny was already jumping off the boulder. I'll go deal with the second swarm. Dawn blinked. There's a second swarm? Sonny did not hear it, though. Turning into a swift shadow, he flew through the darkness as fast as he could, rushing to the spot where he had sent Saint to. Hold. Hold just a little bit more, Saint. I'm coming. Soon he created the sheer wall of mountain slope and froze for a moment, looking down. Far below in a narrow ravine, a furious battle was taking place. The nightmare creatures resembled grotesque tall humans with inky black skin, sunken eyes, and motionless faces. They were wearing strange armors forged out of a dark metal and wielded no weapons. However, Sonny had a strong feeling that being touched by the empty hand would have been the end of him. The mouths were sewn shut. No wonder there were no howls. Saint was the silent type, and these wedges were the same. She was currently facing 3 of the 4 corrupted abominations alone. The corpses littered under the ground with the Sinisaurus danced, deflecting one blow after another. The Tartantran demon had abandoned her usual grounded style and was fighting with composed but desperate urgency. Looking at it, Sonny could not help but be reminded for the first time he had met the living statue back at the desolate plaza of the Dark City. Back then, the original Stone Saint had slain several nightmare creatures of a higher rank at the cost of her life. The 4th corrupted was wandering aimlessly, straining to rip apart the black threads, piercing its lips open. Inky blood was smearing all over its airy, still face. The creature's mind seemed to be gone, shattered by the cursed blade. However, Saint was also wounded, the ruby dust flowing through the cracks of her onyx armor. She was slowly losing strength. Some distance away, Nightmare was holding a dozen of the fallen abominations. The Black Seed rampaged through the mists, using its iron hooves, bestial strength, and wolfish fangs to tear them apart. His body was wretched in shadows, with 2 crimson flames glowing furiously through the haze of darkness. The Black Steed looked like an incarnation of fear and dread. But he was not doing well either. For now, the Nightmare was able to stay ahead of the enemy due to its overwhelming speed, but he was not allowing the abominations to swarm Saint from the back. Every time they had tried, the Dark Cruiser had no choice but to give up his advantage and put himself between the Voiceless and his rider. His sides were torn, and there was a strange marking lingering around the stable's coat, glowing with ghastly blue light. Around these marks, Nightmare's flesh was seen to be rotting. Ooh. These fuckers are weird. With how many notes he takes, you could think he almost plans on making a longer video on this one. Probably not, no. Actually, how long's Volume 5? Also, if you think I'm writing a lot of notes here, you should have seen my notes for Volume 2. And Volume 3, respectfully. Fuck me. One minute, I can show you the notes for Volume 2 and Volume 3. Because half of them, for Volume 2 at the very least, I wrote on my phone. As you can see, it says Shadow Slave Volume 2 notes. I write everything. My Volume 3 notes are somewhere. Where? Oh, here they are. Here's half of my Volume 3 notes until I swapped it to the laptop. That's half of Volume 3. I stopped specifically on here when Sunny had consumed the Ichor of the Shadow God. And the Weaver had its mouth full. Volume 3 stops at 1060. Okay, so we're not that far off with Volume 5 then. All right. How long's Volume 6? Volume 6 goes on from 1061 to how long? It's flipped, brother. I know. It's flipped for me, not for you. It goes from 1061 to 1230. That's not bad. Wow, those are very short volumes then. Or at least volume 2 is very short. That's like, what, 170 chapters, give or take? 160? Josh, do you like fish and chips? Absolutely. Of course I love fish and chips. I grew up on a chippy. Well, you know, I also thought there would be a longer video for Volume 2 and 3, but, you know. Yeah, but with Volume 4 being so short, you might as well just, like, you know, clunk them all up together. I like 160,000 words. Yeah! Something like that. Write down everything. What, sir? Everything? Any thought that comes, any theory, any hypothesis, any information, any funny idea, it gets thrown into the notes. And hey, when I'm fully caught up and I probably make an overarching video on the series, they'll be useful. They'll be useful. Saves me having to reread it all. A fried black tongue with chips sounds like a British national dish. It does actually. That is actually a very, very fair comment. Anyway. Where was I? Oh, yeah. The two shadows were no match for the swarm of dreadful abominations, which seemed to come from a Category 3 gate. They could escape from the voiceless wraiths, but they could not defeat them. Only be defeated. Saint and Nightmare only lasted this long because of the perfect combination of their innate abilities and the memories Sunny had entrusted to his shadows. Saint was using the Broken Oath, which constantly weakened and damaged the corrupted. She also wielded the Sinisaurus, which was a transcendent weapon that possessed an insidious power. That power came at the cost of dealing mental damage to its wielder, which Saint was immune to. The combination of soul damage and mind damage was truly a formidable one, especially when paired with her sublime mastery of the sword. Additionally, the Sinisaurus possessed the Omen of Dread enchantment, which caused fear to poison the mind of its enemies. The enchantment augments the potency of the Mantle of Fear and Dreadlord that Nightmares possessed, making the Black Steed more powerful the more he was feared. In the past, that seemless synergy had never failed, but today it was not enough. Well, before Sunny himself was added to the question. Dashing towards the ravine, he sent his senses forward. The voiceless abominations were strong enough to bully his shadows. But how would they last? But how long would they last now that the Master of Shadows had arrived? Okay. I forget he's not called... What was it? His name transitions the higher up he goes, right? Because he was Child of Shadows. Then he was a Shadow Slave. And after he became a Master... Or is it after he obtained Nightmare? Either way, he became Master of Shadows after that, so... Gold! Keep the British bloodline pure with the fish and chips lovers. My brain just read unsell.
And for, yes, the involuntary uncle. Shadow Slave didn't change his status. What was it then? Because I know something changed. I know it was Child of Shadows first, I knew that. But I thought it was Shadow Slave and then Shadow Master. Or Master of Shadows or something like that. Anyway, chapter 919. Defying Gravity. He was just a shadow of shadow god taking the shape of a child shadow. Fucking what? He was just a shadow of a shadow god taking the shape of a child shadow. The nightmare spell propaganda, but whatever. And then after he ascends, he is the master of shadows. The description changes, but he is always a slave. Got it. Got it. Anyway, chapter 919, Defying Gravity. Flying down the slope of the mountain, Sonny left the shadows and did something that he would have usually been considered a very stupid move in battle. He leaped into the air, soaring high above the ravine and plummeted down. Experienced warriors all knew very well that performing a jump in combat had no benefit, and instead left one open to potentially lethal attack. Worst of all, the jump had nothing to use as support, so dodging or changing direction to avoid a strike was all but impossible. It even prevented one from performing a truly powerful attack, since the power was born from the ground beneath the soles of one's feet and traveled all the way through their body to the tip of their blade. However, despite desperate times demanded desperate measures. Falling, Sonny strained his muscles and drew his bow. Even that was much harder in the air, but he had managed somehow. As the wind whistled in his ears and the ground rushed towards him with frightening speed, he opened the floodgates of essence and activated two enchantments. One was Death Dealer of Morgan's bow, the other was Feather of Truth from the Mantle of the Underworld. Below, Satan was desperately fighting three corrupted abominations. Her armor was covered by a net of cracks, and the fine ruby dust was flowing through several of its breaches. The enemy was on the verge of overwhelming the stupid knight. But then an arrow that seemed to be forged out of a pale gold flashed through the air and struck one of the tall nightmare creatures in the shoulder. The force carried by it was so great that the dark armor exploded into shards, and the arrow's sharp, broad head sunk into the flesh beneath. No, more than that. The abomination's whole arm was clearly severed, taking a big chunk of the shoulder with it. Dark blood splattered into the snow as the corrupted was thrown off balance, staggering back. The sight of it was both gruesome and spectacularly morbid. I love how fucking insane Sonny is sometimes. I just love the fact he takes a grim enjoyment from how much displeasure he brings these guys. Okay, I'm gonna read it now. I'm on chapter 62, Hide and Seek. Tell me the music you're listening. Tell me the music you're listening to so I can listen to it while I'm reading. That I'm listening to? Right now, I've just got some copyright-free music on right now. But someone makes music for Shadow Slave at specific events, so you can go listen to that. Shadow God after putting one of his shadows into a random woman. The Shadow God seeking a dormant woman and deciding to make her the bearer of shadows. Technically, Shadow God is the ultimate femboy, woman, and man, because he can take any shape. Ah, fucking hell. I mean, yeah, fair enough. And a moment later, Sonny landed on another voiceless like it was a cannonball. There was no sophistication in this attack. He had simply turned himself into a living, breathing torpedo, making the Mantle of the Underworld heavy several tons with the help of the Feather of the Truth and the help of gravity. He fell from high above and crashed right on top of the corrupted demon assaulting Saint. The result was earth-shattering. The towering abomination was not exactly flattered,
but it did topple like a house of cards, its armor bending and breaking, as both of them were hitting the ground with a deafening bang. Sonny on top, something snapped with a nauseating crunch. The stones beneath them violently cracked and the clouds of snow was thrown into the air by a shockwave. I can't believe Sonny just used himself as a fucking cannonball. This is why I love Sonny. He's a fucking mad lad. Hi, Sig. We're reading until 9:30. Check out the music by DJ Shadow. Well, when did you start? We started about an hour ago. Well, the stream started an hour ago, I think we started like 15 minutes in. If you want to just go back a bit and put it on 2x speed. Sonny was tossed aside and bounced off the ground before coming to a halting stop. If it was not for Boneweave, his neck would have been twisted at an unnatural angle. But he was seemingly alive, and even in one piece. Ow. Just like that, in less than a second, 2 of the 3 corrupted abominations were severely wounded and debilitated. However, that was just the opening act of Sonny's arrival. Luckily, what came next did not require his active participation. It was a good thing, too, since he was not capable of doing anything at the moment. He needed a second or 2 to get back his senses. Maybe 3. 2 of his shadows bursted from his body. One of them wrapped itself around Saint, and the second flew towards Nightmare. At that next moment, Saint's armor shone with a dark radiance, and the ruby flames in her eyes slightly changed hue. Although Sonny was momentarily stunned, she was not. More than that, she did not waste even a split second. Using the opening he had created for her to instantly launch a ruthless attack. Radiating towards the newfound power, the Tartantuan demon exploded forward. Before the disoriented nightmare creature could react, she descended upon the voiceless that Sonny had sent crashing into the ground. The Sinosaurus flashed, flooding through the wide cracks of the damaged armor and pierced the demon's heart, then emerged from his back in a rain of blood. Sonny was struggling to stand up, but the spell whispered. "You have slain the corrupted demon. Voiceless prelate, your shadow grows stronger, and you have received a memory." Fuck yeah. Quib's trying to convince us that the Shadow God is the god of transitioning because they're shapeless on Pride Month. I mean, he isn't wrong. He isn't technically wrong here. That was all he needed to hear to regain his bearings and shrug off the distoriation. The world had stopped spinning, everything hurt, but what else was new? The cruel sight was already weaving itself from the turbulent mist, a second or 2 away from manifesting into reality. Sadly, he did not have those seconds. The black hand had already stretched towards him, its grasp promising nothing but suffering and death. A ghostly blue light was swirling beneath the inky skin. Instead of Sonny's throat, the hand was met by the blade of the moonlight shard. The long silhouette pierced the palm of the abomination and twisted, tearing it open. The ghostly light flowed out of one of its wounds, clinging on to the transparent blade, but failed to do any damage to it. The cadence of the battle had drastically changed. Before, Saint was fighting alone against 3 corrupted abominations. Now, only 2 of them remained, and one of them was missing an arm, bleeding profusely from the terrible wound. And she was not alone anymore. Sonny was by her side. And the 2 of them. Sonny pitted the fools who would choose to oppose them. The corrupted were strong and menacing, but they had lacked the skill and tenacity that the Master and his Shadow. They also lacked a cruel quality, the ability to fight as one, seamlessly cooperating to achieve the result that was larger and more lethal than the sum of its parts. Sonny and Saint, though, they had that quality in spades. They knew each other so well that there was no need for trivial things like words between them. Sunny did not even have to use Shadow Dance to understand his loyal demon's combat will perfectly. She was his shadow, after all. and is also one of the masters from whom he had learned the most. Fighting back to back with Saint, he had missed that feeling. She had been forced to act independently by the circumstances as of late, so they rarely achieve opportunities to enter battle together. I'll just kill these righteous fast and go help Nightmare. Banishing the cruel sight and the sin of souls, the two of them were faced the towering corrupted. They wasted no time to attack. I love these two, low-key. I also had this photo a couple days ago, right? I like how almost every shadow that Sunny has accumulated so far is like a minor reflection on his progression, and I think that's really cool. The true shadow user swings both ways, like Sunny X Kai is alive and well. Sunny X Sunny is going stronger. Fuck off, we're not talking about that stupid ass fanfic. The Nightmare spell evaluating people by how queer they are. New fanfic concept. That's actually pretty funny. People sent back in time to be as gay as possible with the straightest historical figures. That's brilliant. 920. The sum of its parts. Oh, that's so funny. But yeah, I like how the shadows are slowly but surely, like, imitating the progress Sunny has achieved so far. Like, obviously, Stone Saint's meant to be the representation of, like, Sunny's combative abilities. And how far he's actually come with that, right? Soul Serpent is obviously meant to be, like, his manipulation and ability of using his innate abilities, like his manipulation of weaving, and obviously Shadow Dance, and now Shadow Manipulation, and Conjuring, and Shadow Step, and Shadow Sense. Him manifesting all those abilities. And when it comes to who would go back in time and be as gay as Jay? Probably me. I'd probably be gay. You can't go that far back, though. It's got to be before the complete ruling of Christianity. So it's got to be, like, within that 400-year period, right? Any further than that, and then you're kind of, breaching into the territory of, like, you know, the Roman and the Greeks, who were very openly gay. Oh, yeah, right, and then there's Nightmare. I guess Nightmare you can look at his, way of traversing the world. What did I walk into? Nothing much. His way of traversing the world a little bit. And, slowly becoming a master, because, obviously, it can create little spawns within nightmares of other people. And now he has, like, this miniature group that follows him at all times of his choosing. Obviously, not all the group is with him now. Soul Serpent's with Rain. But I think that's really cool. And I wonder what the next shadow he achieves is going to represent. It has to be his ferocity. Right? Because Sunny's only gotten hungrier in battles. Plus, he's, he's gone through one war. Technically 2. He's gone through 2 wars. Technically 3, actually. There was the war against the Chalice. There was the war, obviously, against the, Immortal Saints. And now there's the war to protect Antarctica against the Nightmare spell. So the next shadow has to kind of represent that. Or it has to represent the embodiment of hungrier. Write that down. Yeah, it could represent his hunger and gluttony for, like, battle. It has to. Because Sunny, he talks like he hates fighting.
And yet, he loves it so much. He enjoys the battle. He takes thrill from it. Again, when it comes to the conversation of him and Nephis are not that different. Nephis loves the battle. It's her natural state. And Sunny's getting really fucking close to that point too. He is going with the conspiracy. Brother, all I do is make conspiracies about this fucking series. But yeah, the next creature has to be... The next shadow has to be some sort of inclination of that greed. That hunger for fighting. Or that wrath. Or his ability to be angry at shit. Because that's another thing that's kind of like massively underrated about Sunny. Is that bitch is angry all the fucking time. So I thought that's interesting too. That one I actually specifically wrote down in my notes a couple days ago. I thought about that on Thursday. Like, right after my Lord of the Mystery stream, I went on a walk at like 2 in the morning. Does Nephis love fighting, really? Nephis fucking enjoys fighting. One of the very first conversations her and Sunny have when they're living together is Nephis being like, I don't know if I'm gonna feel all that comfortable as I was in the Nightmare Desert. Like I was there. And yes, that name has already been spoiled for me several fucking times over. That name got spoiled for me back in, like, Volume 1, so there's no need to be, like, all like, oh my god. I've had to look at the fucking map for the first video, right? But when it comes to that, like, Nephis is openly admitted she fucking loves fighting. She's good at it, she enjoys it, she finds it as, like, an art form, pretty much. And Sunny just likes the tenacity of it. But yeah, that one I specifically wrote down on Thursday. Like, at like 2 a.m. because I was like, oh, I gotta mention that in the fucking... I've gotta mention that in the Volume 5 and 6 video. I've gotta mention it there. If I don't, I'm gonna fucking hurt someone. Myself. Anyway, chapter 920, because I'm kind of stalling. A little bit. Some of its parts. Nephis said, okay. I think I can go back in my notes for this one. Yeah, she has to fight to survive, but she enjoys it. It's not something she actively dislikes. It's almost calming. Which makes sense. After a certain point. She said she would never feel anything that simple again. The Nightmare Desert was only to survive and kill. No complex thought, only living. That's what she said. Not that she enjoyed it. Yeah, that part I understand. But the simplicity of it, that she can gain pleasure, isn't, like, something she can't actively ignore. Like, she enjoys training, she enjoys getting better. Maybe she doesn't actively like fighting nightmare creatures to forcefully survive. But saying she doesn't enjoy fighting at least a little bit would be fucking insane to say. Can't you grow to enjoy something even if you're forced into it? Yeah, there's also that too. Living is a strong word, more like surviving. Yeah, fair. Anyway, chapter 920, fucking some of its parts. It had not been hard to cut down the two corrupted abominations. Well, of course, it was. Both were terrifyingly powerful and ferocious. A single creature like that would have decimated a whole barrage of mundane soldiers and erase an entire human citadel from the map.
The smallest touch of their hands was enough to obliterate the soul of a powerful awakened, but Sunny and Sate were stronger. Not in a literal sense, since both were lacking the terms of physical strength when compared to the Voiceless. However, their skill, synergy, and murderous resolve were unrivaled, luring the abominations into a trap after trap and helping each other to avoid the retaliation strikes. They swiftly cut the looming creatures down. The fact that one of the creatures was missing an arm and losing rivers of blood helped too. Rivers of blood! Elden Ring! In a sense, it was as similar to facing the Capscade Centaurus back at the Forgotten Shore. Those monsters had been higher than Sunny in both rank and class, and yet he had killed his fair share. Those ones, even though corrupted nightmare creatures were much more powerful, he was not a sleeper anymore either. Sunny had his own power to grow immensely in the past few years. In fact, he could have dealt with the two voiceless abominations even faster, but his mind was also preoccupied by manifesting shadows to help Nightmare hold on. With the swarm of black tendrils supporting him, the Dark Cruiser managed to last until Sunny and Sate were done with their prey. The rest was simple, if not at all easy. Facing dozens of fallen abominations was a daunting task as well. It took all Sunny had to obliterate them while keeping his shadows alive. The battle was arduous, brutal, and bloody. His body was full of holes, and by the end of it, his mind was on the verge of collapse due to the exhaustion. However, the three of them were a harrowing threat to oppose. Without the corrupted leading them, the rest of the Voiceless had no choice but to succumb to the aura of fear emanating from Nightmare, Saint's merciless blade, and his shadows. The Sinister severed their bodies. Nightmare hooves and fangs tore them apart, and the cruel light burned them down, and the swarm of manifested shadows restrained and blocked them to make the killings easier. How the fuck did you get that loading comment to work? What the hell? Is that an emote? Is that an emote in the actual thingy? Oh my god, it is. Why? That's fucking stupid. I have never seen that. That's so funny. Oh well. I guess you learn something new every day. By the end, the narrow ravine was all but buried in corpses. The last one to die was the corrupted whose mind Saint had destroyed before Sunny arrived. Feeling a sense of dreadful threat from the tall abomination, Sunny chose to not approach it, and summoned Morgan's warbow once again instead. The creature turned out to be incredibly resilient. He had to sink dozens of arrows into its flesh to kill it. The corrupted eventually fell to its knees, burdened by the weight of them. But even then, it did not die for a while. The black threads piercing its lips did not give until the very end. No matter how much the abominable creature clawed at them with its immense strength, through it all, the emotionless expression on the grunt's face of the corrupted had disturbingly not changed once. But eventually, its hands fell down. It grew still kneeling. Only then did the spell speak. You had slain the corrupted devil, the filed herald. Your shadow grows stronger. Letting out a heavy sigh, Sunny lowered his aching arms and sunk to the ground, utterly spent. At long last, the battle was over. He had survived, and the convoy had too. He had to see the transport through the shadow. Oh my god, he had to see the transports through the shadow that had stayed back. They were safe and sound. Numb, Sunny stared at the ghostly flames of the aurora burning in the black skies above. His mind was empty. Who could have thought? The Unicode characters be doing anything. How the spell are you guys doing that? There's a little emoji face like right next to chat. Monkey! I think that's Monkey. I don't know what that is. I'll be honest. See. On the shore of the lake that had turned into a scene of slaughter, Luster was sitting on the shards of a boulder, breathing heavily. In front of him, countless corpses were floating in the black water, and the mess of severed bodies and limbs littered the icy shallows. The smell of it all was truly revolting. Ugh, that's a disgusting sight. He was alive at least, so the rest of the irregulars, after the captain had somehow obliterated half the swarm with a single arrow, and acted as though they were a perfectly normal thing to do, in his usual manner, they had fought the remaining nightmare creatures and prevailed. Are all masters insane? No, that shouldn't be the case. The captain had to be extremely sane. If anybody was that bizarre, humanity would have collapsed a long time ago. The captain was alive as well. Luster had no idea how he had been dealing with the second swarm, which was out of nowhere, close by. But the fact that Kim was still able to channel his dark vision to the irregulars meant that the leader had not died yet. Someone that evil couldn't even die. I bet he's immortal. Honestly, at this point, wouldn't be fucking surprised. He literally has an armor that makes sure he can't die. This is Luster's fault, isn't it? Oh, shall you live to delete it? Sonny being petty is the scariest thing ever. Sonny being petty is the only reason he's alive. So you gotta let him off sometimes. In the same way I let off a couple of people that have not hit the like button yet. Like, sometimes it's just something that has to be let go. Sometimes. Still appreciate it if you did it, though. And yes, Luster had found himself a little worried. For his own skin, of course. If the captain had died, how would Luster himself survive? And if Luster died, how sad would all the beauties in the world be? What a tragedy for their sake. I must live on. Yeah. Robbing beautiful women of my company would be too cruel. Like Samara, or Miss Beth, or that pretty soldier that he had gotten to know in the bunker, or the refugee's sister in the third civilian transport. The list goes on. Not Kimmy, though. Well, she can't help it. Poor thing. Being unattractive must have been her flaw. So sad. And yes, the thought of dying on Kimmy made him especially upset for whatever reason. Who else would spare her the time of day if I die? Therefore, Luster had to live. I hate Luster. Wow, Luster is annoying. Fuck me. Isn't Luster the one with the fucking lucky charm that he just got? If he is, I'm gonna hate that, because that means Luster's gonna be the only one who fucking survived this actual campaign, man. At that moment, he saw a familiar silhouette appear from the darkness. Flinching, Luster hurriedly stood up and took a step forward. Captain! Sir, you're back! Ah, I'm so glad. However, something about that silhouette was wrong. The armor seemed about right, but since was the captain so tall and feminine? And cool? Luster stared at the approaching silhouette for a few moments, dumbfounded. What the? Then another figure emerged from the shadows, wearing a very similar suit of a fearsome black armor. That was the captain. Staggering back, Luster tripped and fell on his butt, his eyes widened in horror. Gods, there's two of them! Okay, Luster. I don't like you, but I'll admit you're funny. Sometimes. Not all the time, but like, enough. The Sinisaurus is also terrible. Imagine if you cut yourself. Fucking hell. Having to wield a weapon and accidentally cutting yourself with it, and all it does is drive you mad. Fucking Christ. Luster the Lucky Goat tightens my bray. Why did you get a red card? Cause Luster's a red flag. Luster is like a legit not good human being. He gets better? I doubt it. Rare POV switch and it's Luster. Amen. Anyway, chapter 921. New pets. Sonny stared at Luster for a few moments and then sighed. What's wrong with that guy? The young man seemed unsure where to look. His startled gaze jumped between Sonny and Saint, full of confusion. Then, strange sparks ignited in his eyes. Ah, I see. So, that is... Sonny did not let him finish. You're alive. Good. I did take care of the swarm. That swarm is dealt with. By the time the other members of the cohort approached, as well, so it seemed that all of them had survived. They looked relatively unscratched too, but that couldn't be said about Sonny and Saint. Both were in rough shape. The taciturn demon wore off than he was. Nightmare was severely wounded too, so Sonny had dismembered him. Now, the Black Steed was being nurtured back to health in the dark flames of Sonny's soul. He could not let Saint go, though. Not yet. He needed her strength to keep the convoy safe. If the shadow sustained serious damage, it would enter into a slumber once dismissed. That slumber would last until the damage was sufficiently repaired, which meant that Sonny would not be able to summon the sleeping shadow for some time. Are you good? Are you good? How's your nails? Nails seem fine. Since Saint's wounds were painful, they were not life-threatening, he hoped to find a different solution, one that would keep her by his side in the coming days. Luster was not the only one who stared at the graceful knight in curiosity. The other irregulars seemed to have a lot of questions as well. Some of them had known their captain possessed a hidden ace, but none of them had seen her before. Surprisingly, usually quiet, Kim was the first one to speak. First one to ask. Captain, sir? Who is that? Sorry, ma'am, it's nice to meet you. Kitten sharing Josh's hate for chairs. Poor shadow chair. Fuck that chair. Fuck that chair. Luster gets so much character growth, I swear. Whatever. You just lose your entire arm. That shit cuts like diamonds easy. Lovely. It's even worse. You get mad by carrying it. If you cut yourself, it makes you madder. It makes you mad and madder, and you are even more mad. It makes you. At that point, just admit you're corrupted. Innit? Fucking hell. What's worse, Shadow Chair or Luster? Shadow Chair, because Shadow Chair just innately pisses me off. Shadow Chair just fucking annoys me. Knowing Josh, he randomly hates Aiko too. I don't hate Aiko. Kirbs just annoys the fuck out of me whenever I call her Akio by accident. The chair because it has to. The chair because it's a chair. Amen, amen, amen. Saint remained silent and indifferent, like always. Her aloofness seemed to give Kim pause. The timid girl looked at the demon awkwardly. Sonny tilted his head a little and glanced at her with confusion. Ma'am? What's with the tone? And why do I feel like she's being more respectful to Saint than to me? Frowning slightly, he said, This is Saint. She is an echo of sorts. Luster's eyes turned to circles. What? A saint? Captain, you have a saint as an echo? Sonny grimaced at the especially strong pulse of pain rolled through his body. Stifled a groan, he shook his head. What kind of idiot would believe something like that? Gods! No, she is merely an ascended demon. She's just called Saint. In any case, Saint had been wandering off a lot of these threads before they had reached the convoy, but now, she'll be traveling with us for a bit. So, they're used to it. The regulars did not mind. He'd used the word merely. He uses his use of the word merely had not been entirely appropriate. An ascended demon was an ascended demon. Facing one would give most masters a lot of trouble. Having such a powerful creature fighting on their side was an incredible boon, as far as the members of the cohort were concerned. At that moment, Quentin suddenly spoke. I forgot Quentin was a guy. His usual gallant voice sounded a bit haggard. Oh, I need to report something. Captain, we received a few memories after wiping out the swarm as usual, but this time there was something else. He looked at Samara and then unwhirled the sparks and pearled around them. Sonny blinked. Is that what I think it is? Should I be concerned? Soon, two shapes appeared from the storms of sparks. Both were monstrous in appearance, resembling nightmarish hounds. One was about the size of a large wolf, and the other was larger than the PDV. Black tongues hung from the ferocious maws, dripping with venom. Quentin smiled brightly and patted the smaller monstrosity on the head. We had received two echoes. This one's Blackie, an awakened beast, and the other one is an ascended monster. And, I'm actually not sure what Sam called it. He glanced at the giant abomination and then looked at Samara questioningly. Her face remained as deadpan as ever. Sonny remained silent for a few moments and said, Locanually? No idea what the fuck that says. Abomination? Quentin cleared his throat. And the other one is called Abomination. We were bound to get an echo sooner or later, of course, but two at the same time? Isn't this great news, Captain? I guess that Lucky Charm's coming in handy. The Shadow Chair's the goat. If you know, you know. Absolutely fucking not. I'm never falling for the propaganda that the Shadow Chair's a goat. I said in my video, right? I got past the point in my video where I mentioned Shadow Chair and Shadow Rock. I said I low-key love them, but I hate them, but I low-key love them. I so desperately want to edit it out and just be like, I fucking hate them. I fucking hate them. Jet is the best supporting character that G3's ever made. Effie and Kai are up there. I would love to see Sync go an undercover agent if she gets a voice, hopefully. If Sync ever gets a voice, God, she's gonna be so opinionated. Nasty ass dog. At the best she can do is violent generally. Yeah. Sonny tried very hard to appear calm. His expression was perfectly composed. Are you goddamn kidding me? What the hell? How did they get two whole echoes when he had not received not even one after Nightmare, despite slaughtering literal thousands of enemies? What rotten luck was that? Suddenly, a transcendent memory he had received could not wait to study. Did not seem as much as a jackpot anymore. A sharkly smile appeared on Sonny's face. Yeah, great news indeed. He glanced at the two monstrous hounds, one small and the other large. He swallowed his bitter envy. Then Sonny turned to Quentin and said, "In any case, I want you to see if you can use your ability to heal, repair, treat Saint. I don't know if it will work, but do your best. We'll need her strength soon." I mean, that's smart thinking, I guess. Also, this is 100% confirming my... This conversation, by the way, we're totally getting a new Shadow this arc. We're totally getting a new Shadow this arc. I'm so fucking happy I had that conversation. Saint wouldn't talk. She ain't that kind of gal. Fated is refreshing. Just admitted we would all fall for the propaganda that Shadow Slave. I'm never falling for the propaganda of the fucking chair. It's Cassie's favorite chair. Brother, it can be Cassie's favorite and least favorite chair. I couldn't give a fuck. I don't care enough about Cassie for me to be like that. A Valiant General is cool, but I would love to see, I would love to see more use of Saint, cause combat is all she does. She's been here since Volume 2. Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? Sonny had good reason to believe that Quentin's healing aspect would be effective in helping Saint, at least to some degree. The Graceful Knight was a strange creature, but her body is different from that of a human. Almost a nightmare creature from that, for a matter. It was not exactly made of flesh, but it was also not really stone. Instead, it was something that was in between, having characteristics of both. Isn't she made of marble? Applications of modern medicine would obviously not work, since the greatest surgeon would be utterly lost with what to do with Saint's mysterious autonomy. Healing aspects would not be any use either, since most of them were aimed at mending flesh. However, Quentin's was a bit special in that regard. His ability was not actually to heal, but instead to restore. It was slower and less effective than more straightforward healing powers, but it was also more universal. Sonny had seen Quentin treat people, repair machine parts, and even mend cracks in the hull of the ship. In battle, he had used that ability to keep his armor from breaking apart no matter how much damage it sustained. So, since the chivalrous healer could restore both living beings and inanimate objects, was there anyone any better suited than the treat Saint, who seemed to be a bit of both? I mean, objectively, great thinking. That was what Sonny was thinking about when they walked through the snow, returning back to the convoy. Luckily, his guess turned out to be correct, although slowly. Saint's broken armor started to mend under Quentin's touch, and the flow of the fine ruby dust that severed as her blood as stained. For now, she would be able to help him defend the refugees, but how many battles like that one would they have won today were ahead? How many would it take to kill them all? Great question. Chapter 922. Little by Little. Interesting name. The Weapon Master Shadow fights. The Horse Shadow runs fast. What a shock, isn't it? Oh, you done that? Snowfall. Snowfall! Come here. Come here. Snowfall. Come here. Hi, Green. Also, Quib, you misspelled I want to be Jet's favorite chair. Fuck off. Yep.
Not that one. You.
Oh, I know, you're the action part.
What about you?
Yep. Snowfall.
The only one that doesn't actually try to pick it up, right?
Yep. With this heat wave, grass is more brown than it has been. Very unfortunate. You're still right, of fucking course, say. Who wouldn't want to be her chair? Grass's green ass sake. Fuck's sake. Chapter 922. Little by Little. Whoops. Fucking threw my monitor forward trying to bring in my microphone. Back in Arano, Saint remained in the cargo hold, standing near the engineering workstation while Quentin continued the slow process of mending her armor and stone-like flesh. If people did not know better, they would have thought that she was an actual statue. I mean, she basically is. Since the healer was busy with the captain's echo, the rest of the irregulars found themselves robbed of his care. Although no one sustained serious wounds, except for Sonny, there were still few scraps that had needed to tend to.
Pass the other two. Strong cat.
Oh, smallest one's this one. Just take both. Who gives a fuck? They all look the same anyway. They're not eating meat yet. Oh, yes. Unexpectedly, Beth volunteered to administer the first aid. As it turned out, she had some medical knowledge. The members of the cohort did not care too much about who treated whose wounds. Really, well, except for Luster. The fool seemed very excited for some reason. Of course he's excited. Sonny himself had long dismissed his battered armor and was sitting in a lounge area, looking at his black bodysuit with some regret. The uniform was truly the result of a magnificent design. Among other features, it was able to repair itself. However, everything had its limits. With how much abuse he had put it through, the bodysuit was definitely a goner. It was full of holes, looking like a set of rags, his body beneath hurt all over too. Well, figures. In fact, I would be a foldable chair. Just saying. You just want to be taken everywhere. Half of Europe is burning. Amen. Amen. Roasting like a fucking bitch in here. No aircon or nothing. What's the weather like right now? It's 6:30 and it's 27 degrees. It's 6:30. It's 6:30. Why is it this hot? In South Africa, we've had a midsummer for the past few weeks, and it's winter. Feeling semi-aquatic with how much I spend in or near water to survive. Might be evolving into a hippo. I didn't know you're a horse. Sick, do you like your skin? Don't threaten the skin's sake, for fuck's sake. So I'm called Weatherboy and Nasty Ass Dog for wanting some more sainted conversations while the rest of you are getting freaky for Jet. The standards in chat, the spell would be ashamed. Would it? Would it though? Would it really? The heat's killing me. Amen. Then it suddenly got cold, but the worst winter I've had. That honor goes to 2012. Oh my god, my nose is so fucking itchy. Like, inside of my nose is killing me. At least there was good news as well. The convoy was already moving forward. After reaching the valley, the mundane soldiers and the civilians had been shocked to see the scene of slaughter there. They'd been even more disturbed after witnessing the narrow ravine where Sonny, Saint, and Nightmare had fought the Voiceless.
Little one, you can all walk, so you can walk yourselves back in. This is the little one, because I'm sweating past myself. Fucking hell, let me go get the little one.
They are chilling, don't worry. See, Sake would actually have his aspect ability would be able to transform into inanimate objects, right? His flaw would be he is only capable of working for one person at a time now. Like, one person per day can use him as an item. And he's going to pick Jet every single day as her bed, as her toilet, as her chair. It doesn't matter. He's gonna find a way. Oh. At this point, I don't think Helios understands what's going on. Oh, Ophi doesn't give a fuck. Rhea does, Ophi doesn't. Joshua is talking about Sake, who's saying freaky shit about Jet. Yep. I instead of blaming me. Any object you say? The possibilities are endless. The flaw loyalty, or is it a servant? It's loyalty. I'd say it's loyalty. So just in case he's feeling more like he's feeling like a Nephis or a Cassie, or Keysong, or fuck, what's her name? Sishan, or whatever. Sick becoming a soul eater weapon, a living chair site for her. Oh my god, that's actually sick. That's actually fucking sick. In fact, even the members of the cohort seemed a bit pale. Regardless, the battle had gone surprisingly well for the convoy. Not only had they survived without suffering any losses, but the irregulars had even managed to acquire 2 echoes. The monstrous hounds were going to be great help in their long journey. Sonny's list of assets was slowly growing. He had made use of the echoes right there and then, commanding his soldiers to send them to recover soul shards from the corpses of the fallen and corrupted abominations of the Voiceless Swarm. Fishing out the black tongues from the water was too much trouble, so he had just left them there. Soon the lake would freeze again, encasing the mangled corpses of the nightmare creatures in ice. That would probably be McCrab's sight. Sonny had kept the soul shards of the corrupted to himself while sending the rest to the lone sleeper, wherever his name is. Just like that, the lucky bastard had gotten closer to a fully saturated core without even lifting a finger. At least he was getting stronger. Sonny needed the strength that he can get. Still, he was a bit infuriated by how easily his subordinates were getting the good stuff. Was there no justice in this world? At least there were memories he had received. Before Sonny could summon the runes, however, Beth approached him, carrying one of the unnecessary expensive medkits he had outfitted the Rhino with. He looked at her in confusion. What? The young woman frowned. What do you mean, what? I'm here to treat you. Come on, get out that ragged uniform. I don't have all day, you know. Sonny stared at her for a bit and said, no need. Beth let out a heavy sigh. Let's not do this whole bravado thing, okay? Even if you are a master, you're still going to bleed to death if I don't administer the clotting agent. All these wounds I need to clean on. With all those wounds, I need to clean them too. Unless you're going to risk a septic shock, of course. In that case, be my guest and stay where you were. Sonny remained silent for a few moments and then shook his head. I don't bleed. The young woman blinked for a couple times. What? Huh? He waved his hand and pointed at his body. Indeed, there were plenty of holes in his bodysuit. There was very little blood. Bleeding is too pedestrian, so I don't bleed. Beth stared at him, lost for words. He shrugged. If that's all, go away. I'm busy. She gritted her teeth and glowed at him. Oh yeah? What are you busy with? Sonny silently studied his bodysuit for a few moments and answered in a somber tone. Being miserable. Beth flung her arms up, turned around and walked away. Finally. Left alone, Sonny summoned the runes and looking at his shadow fragments first. 6,101 out of 4,000. His progress had slowed after a bit. His progress had slowed after being dispatched from LO49, but now its speed is picking back up again. Still, he had a long way to go. Come here. Snowball, Snowfall. Come here. Fuck's sake. Oh boy.
Moving away from the freakiness, Josh, would you go on a date with the main, who would you go on a date with in the main cohort? Asking everyone this as well. Who would I go on a date with the main cohort? I mean, at this point, I'm more inclined to throw Jet in this conversation. Because she basically is part of the main cohort at this point, or she will be after this adventure. So, who would that be? It'd be Sunny, Kai, Effie, Cassie, Nephis, Sunny, Jet. Jet, probably. She's like, what, late 20s at this point? Late 20s? Someone asked for my, honorific name because of how omniscient I am in the web novel comment section. Cassie, ease. Cassie or Jet. Jet is a bit out of my league. But Cassie is a normal person. Honestly, I feel like Jet's just kind of laid back like that. Like, she has a bit of a fucking up and down life working for the government, but still something I'd probably fuck with. That or Effie, probably. Effie's like, what, 20? Effie will be 22, 23 at this point. You know my answer. There's no need to type anything. Amen. Anyway. Next, Sunny checked on Satan Nightmare. Shadow Fragments. 146 out of 200. Nightmares required. 333 out of 1,000. Once he fed the memories received from the Black Tongues and the to the Tartantruan Demon, she had finally crossed the 150 mark, fragment mark. 3/4 there. Woohoo, 50 more to go. Cassie's a normal person. I fear if Cassie ever gains the ability to look into people's minds, she'd look into mine and be like, are you okay? You're a mundane human. What the fuck have you been going through? Cassie might be the worst person today because you're in constant surveillance. She essentially is. She grew up in a normal household. I mean, yeah, true. But Effie grew up poor like me, so, take that one. If Saint becomes transcendent, his power was bound to increase drastically. However, the progress on that front was torturously slow. With how many soul shards he would have access to, he could have tried to create a few new memories himself. But weaving memories required a lot of time and even more essence. And while the former was scarce, the latter was truly precious. Essentially, essence was the most valuable thing in Antarctica. There was never enough of it, and since Sunny did not know when the next battle would come, he would not allow himself to waste it on weaving ethereal strings. Making Satan transcendent in the future was not going to help him if he had died today, starved for essence and unable to fight well. On the other hand, his steed was collecting nightmares with surprising speed. It was probably because of the Darth Strider was harvesting the seeds that he had planted into the souls of the abominations during the last 2 months. That was good, too. Sunny could not wait to learn what Nightmare's terror ability was like. Lastly, he studied the runes describing the mantle of the underworld. Vanquished foes, 5,732 out of 6,600. Or 6,000 even. So close. If things did not go well, he would probably fill the counter. He'd probably fill the counter of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment before arriving to the Herberus Fields, or very soon after. Good. I mean, bad? I mean, good. I do hope there won't be any fights that will last as often on the way to safety, but if we do, then at least I'll get something from it. The problem was that the mantle was currently damaged and needed some time to restore itself. He could have summoned it and achieved the Living Stone enchantment, but once again, that would consume a lot of essence, and Sunny was already dangerously short on it after slaughtering 2 entire swarms of abominations.
Let's see the main prize then. He inhaled deeply and then looked at the list of memories. Among them, two were especially attracted his attention. One was called the Bitter Crusp, and the other was called the Stifled Scream. Oh, they sound fucking lovely. Chat, do you think I could fix Mordred and and be my boyfriend? Yeah. Yeah. Not at this point in the story. I believe it. I believe it. If it means that Mordred is queer and never procreates, I'm all in line that he would die ASAP. Thank you for the sacrifice, Miguel. Hi, Rish. There's no way to deal with the most problematic clan of Valor. I can fix him. He's not a member of Clan Valor anymore. He's a part of the Seashon family now. He's oh God, what's that family called? It's the Keysong clan, the Song clan. Do your best to keep him occupied so he disappears from the story. You can surely do it. Well, there's something funny about Mordred that I still don't fucking know right now. What the fuck is Mordred's flaw? We've known this bitch for, like, what, 200, 300 fucking chapters now? We still don't know his flaw? That's so funny. I'd visit Keysong, Jet, and Cassie Vowers and Shadow Slave. Cassie, probably. Something about Cassie screams that she's never been in a relationship. And that's really funny to me. So you'd probably be successful there. Jet and Keysong, on the other hand, I don't know. Song Clan, thank you. Seriously though, Mordred and Sunny give such romantic love interest vibes. Mordred is too broken, no pun intended. You won't find out for another 1,000 chapters. Ugh, that's louse. Oh well. Chapter 923. Nearly 2? Fuck. What the hell? Oh, hell yes. If Shadow Slave was one of those books, book talk books, they'd fuck way too soon. Oh my Christ. You all need help. Who? Oh. It's just you. Eh? Oh, whatever. I do not care. I do not care enough about that conversation. Mordred keeps his secrets close to his chest. Because he was locked in a chest. We don't know Mordred's flaw fully. We know what it does. Just not the wording. Which is really fucking annoying. Yeah, that is really annoying. Anyway. Chapter 923. Secrets of Estuary. Oh, no. Sonny shifted a little, trying to find a position that caused him the least pain. His wounds were already healing, so to add insult to injury, he also felt itchy all over. Masters were vastly more resilient than mundane humans, and their bodies could constantly recover from being severely damaged, and that was without considering the the tedious potency of Bloodweave. However, the process was still not pleasant. Trying to ignore the discomfort, Sonny decided to look at the bitter cusp. First, it was one of the memories he had received after dismantling the swarm of black tongues, and while the rest would be best fed to Saint, he still felt like holding on to that one. The reason was very simple. Unlike other memories, Bitter Cusp was an ascended rank. Concentrating on the runes, Sonny read, Memory, Bitter Cusp, Memory rank, Ascended, Memory tier 1, Memory type, Tool. A tool, huh? What kind of tool would this monstrous beast have left behind? Sonny knew not to underestimate the value of utility, but still he could not help but to feel a little disappointed. The usefulness of a type of memories was often situated. The autumn leaf he had used to change the color of his hair was also a tool. Hopefully this thing would be a lot more practical. He continued to study the runes. Memory description. They entered the beautiful halls of the Jade Court, embargoing venomous desires in their black hearts. The hiding rasper snarls, despite the admiring smiles. The mistress of the palace herself presented them with a cup of the sweetest nectar. No matter how much of the sweet nectar they drank, the cup remained full, and the more of it they consumed, the more of it they desired. Soon, there was nothing but bestial need left, and nothing but bitterness remained. Well, that's fucking ominous. The floor is worthy of a divine, that's for sure. There is no divine floor or dormant floor. Shh. Just a floor. Something that promoted growth. It just allows you to grow. And symbolically, it allows you to grow infinitely. Man, the Jade Court is so cool. So creepy. Yeah, it's cool and creepy. Sonny scratched the back of his head. Well, that's one weird description. I wonder if the Jade Court has something to do with the beetle I fought, though. He turned his attention to the enchantments. There was only one. Black Venom. Enchantment description. This cup overflows with a bitter venom. Do not drink it. Are you okay? Snowball. Why are you doing this? There you go. Fucking scrolling down my screen. Huh? Sonny hesitated for a bit, and then summoned the Bitter Cusp. Soon, the beautifully engraved chalice of white jade appeared in his hand. Fucking hell, if I see the word jade one more goddamn time. Indeed, it was full of a pretty black liquid. Yeah, not drinking that, definitely. For some reason, Sonny had a strange compulsion to take a sip. Maybe it was because of the spell had straightforwardly instructed him not to. However, his intuition was telling him that the black liquid was, indeed, a deadly poison, and if it felt deadly to him, then it had to be rather potent. Politely asking an enemy to have a drink did not seem like a good idea, which was not to say that there was no use for the ascended toxin. Smearing the black venom on the blade was one of them, for example. It would also not be a problem to stealthily add a drop or two into someone's food or drink. Not that he would do such a thing, of course. Satisfied, Sonny dismissed the Bitter Cusp and concentrated on the second memory that he had caught his attention. He had high hopes for this one, considering this one came from the corrupted demon, the Voiceless Prelate. The runes read, Memory, Stifled Scream. Memory rank, Transcended. Memory type, Memory tier, 3. Memory type, Charm. Ooh, another charm. Fuck me, when's the last time I got a charm? Fuck. Feels like it's been forever. The Jade Queen lore. That stuff has to be really nasty if the spell specifically says not to drink it. That is true. The spell is straightforward to a sense, but it's never so blatant to a point where it's like, I don't care what you do. No. Don't bother. So yeah, that shit's deadly. Snowball is chilling. Snowball's being annoying. It's a strong coffee. I need it! Some Americans sued over there not being warned not to drink the deadly poison. That makes sense. That does sound like an American thing to do. People with no rational thought do the stupidest things. Amen. Speaking of stupid things, it's not like in the stream. I'm sorry. Jackpot. Charms are rare and extremely useful, and this was especially so for Sunny, considering that both Saint and the Mantle of the Underworld had the ability to fuse one onto themselves. He had already one transcendent charm, but the second one was most welcome. He continued to study the runes. What transcendent charm does Sunny have? What transcendent charm does Sunny have already? I can't think of it. Unless it's the one that causes soul damage. That's the only one I can think of that's a transcendent, that can be like a transcendent memory. Anyway. The Death Wish or whatever. Oh, the one he got from Sylvain! That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm fucking stupid. Did you know that some autistic people tend to latch themselves onto an item their entire lives? Yes, I do. He continued to study the runes. Memory description. A great river was continued within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. When doom came, many entered to seek shelter from it, and many came to seek the truth. And that was because the Great River existed outside time, and so it was said that the dreadful secret was hidden as an estuary. Few of those capable dared to approach it, and none have returned. Alright. So there's a Jade Palace with a Jade Queen, and there's a river that exists outside of time. What? We already have enough time travel-y fucking nonsense. This is gonna get weird. Mysterious. That description really did not, that description told Sunny much. Perplexed, he remained motionless for a few moments and then shook his head and continued to read the runes. Enchantments. Echoing silence and word of power. Echoing silence. Enchantment description. When wearing this charm, the physical power of its master is augmented, but only as long as they remain silent. The longer their silence lasts, uninterrupted, the greater the boon of power they receive. Oh, that seems like a fucking... that seems like a mongrel power if I've ever fucking seen it. Sonny tilted his head. Interesting. So it was a comparatively physical boost. It starts off modest, but then it slowly grows for as long as the person wearing the charm did not speak or use their voice in any kind of way, be it a scream, laugh, or groan. The scratch of silence also had to be uninterrupted, meaning that the augmentation would be reset both if the condition was broken or if the charm was dismissed. Oh, never mind. That's going to Saint. God, that is... Wow, that's actually broken. Of course, there was a ceiling to the augmentation, but considering the transcendent rank of the stifled scream, that ceiling had to be a rather high one. That did not seem too useful for Sonny at the moment, since he constantly had to speak to people and give orders. However, it seemed perfect for Saint, who was either incapable of speaking or chose not to. Even after all this time, Sonny did not know which one was the latter. Thoughtful, he glanced at the second enchantment. Word of Power. Enchantment description. A word spoken by a master of this charm is a command. If born from great silence, the word of power can hardly be ignored. If not, it is not worth. What? A word spoken by a master of this charm is a command. If born of great silence, the word of power can hardly be ignored. If not, it has no worth. That's an interesting one, certainly. A saint buff? Yeah. Seems like a saint buff. I forgot about that damn charm. I love the idea that she can speak, but she just doesn't. It's just petty for some reason. Because Sunny's her master, and she likes her master, and therefore likes to be as petty as him. This one was different. The enchantment was extremely powerful, since there were a few limitations attached to it, commanding the enemies to kneel or to turn on each other. So they could imagine many great uses for such an ability. However, its compelling power also demanded on how long the wearer had remained silent before uttering the command. Ironically, this enchantment was extremely useful for Sunny, but utterly useless for Saint. What a complicated memory. With a sigh, he dismissed the runes and stood up. Walking to the communication suite of the Rhino, he then hailed Sergeant Gare on the radio. For a few seconds, Sunny had heard a response. Yes, Captain? Sunny summoned the bitter cusp, placed it on the surface of the terminal, and stared at it and was pondering with a pondering look. He had a great idea on how to use it. Yes, Sergeant Gurn. Listen, when we reach the next stop, I'll give you a very pretty cup. Be sure to have all of our ammunition to treat it with the black liquid from the cup. A tiny bit of the ascended poison smeared across the blade of the Sin of Solace or the Crucite would have very little effect on the performance in battle, considering the only nightmare creatures that gave him enough trouble to require additional volatile would be all but immune to a negligent dose of the black venom. And the only abominations such a small dose would kill were the ones of lower ranks, which you could dispatch those easily. The only abominations such a dose would kill were the ones of lower... that would not be the case for those mundane soldiers, however. To them, even dormant nightmare creatures would be a great challenge, not to mention the awakened ones. The bitter cusp could potentially change the situation entirely. Grinning ominously, Sunny lingered for a bit and then added, make sure to not touch the liquid. Even if a single drop gets in your skin, you'll die. In a gruesome and terrible agony. So, wear gloves. I guess, better yet, use a long stick. Sonny, you fucking sadistic bitch. Chapter 924. Wear and Tear.
Alright, so that's interesting. That's very interesting. W community, 21 viewers and 22 likes. Are we? Nice. The long stick should be a memory. Like Shadow Change Rock. Fuck off. Josh, as of now, how would you compare this volume to the earlier ones? Hey! No. Bad. No. No. Yeah, you can be upset. You're not allowed to do that. What the fuck's in your eye? 1, 2. Fucking meanie. The fuck's on the side of your eye? Joseph, what is that? Whatever. We can deal with that later. Kittens. Oh, I'm gonna get his ass beat. Cleaner of kittens. What the kittens do? Oh, he scratched the eye of one of the other ones. Like, he just went. And I was like, no. But that's interesting. If what that's saying is true, then that makes time a whole lot fucking weirder, no? What? Oh, what the fuck do you mean? There's a river that exists outside time, and a jade kingdom with a fucking queen that emits a weird black poison, and a beetle. Ugh. We already have enough time bullshit in the series. We have so much time bullshit in this series. If it's a river, wouldn't it make more sense that that an impact upstream would send ripples downstream? I guess that depends on the kind of river we're talking about. Right. Because if it's a rushing river, then yes. Right? Because then all those ripples are going into the waves. That is making a dispersal effect. If it's a calm river and you're trying to go upstream and you're making ripples up there, the actual ripples wouldn't go all that far down. The thing that would make an actual change in that river would be a rock going into it. That'd be, like, the only thing I see doing that. The Orbital Scale is like one of those crime shows and where they enhance photos and Orbital's the weird forensic scientist. Oh, alright. I love when bullshit doesn't make sense. Big Q on demon timing? Yeah, apparently. Fucking deleting 3 messages from everybody, apparently. Anyway, chapter 924. Wear and Tear. I'm deleting messages in 1 second. It's crazy locked in. The convoy moved forward into the darkness, climbing the slopes of the icy mountains and navigating the complicated network of old forgotten concrete roads. They traveled north in a desperate hope to survive the calamity of the Chain of Nightmares. A day after the battle in the frozen lake, the convoy reached the desolate meteorological station and made camp. Military vehicles
were arranged in a circle with turrets facing out. The food was cooked and distributed to the refugees, and tired people settled in the half-collapsed building to sleep and rest. Sonny used that time to make his plans of coating the bullets of the mundane soldiers with poison come to fruition. The process had turned out to be harder than expected, but they had managed to find a solution in the end. The task of handling the bitter cusp was entrusted to the convoy's lone sleeper, whose green snakeskin armor imbued the young man with a high enough resistance to toxins. The old woman who had been going through her own first nightmare quietly passed away during the night, and in fact that the body did not turn into a frenzied abomination proved that she had passed the trial of the spell. However, it seemed that her weary soul was unable to form a stable core, and so it collapsed, turning the woman hollow.
That fucking sucks. The old woman passed her first nightmare and she wasn't able to be actively strong enough to pass. It's crazy. Damn, chapter. Time sure flies by. 5 chapters left. Amen. Sonny had used the time. Oh, yeah. Sonny took the dark responsibility of disposing of the body upon himself. In the morning, they held a somber funeral under the airy lights of the aurora, and then dove back into the bitter cold of the twisting roads. The small column of vehicles continued to struggle against the road terrain with the dreadful conditions of the polar night as it slowly ventured deeper into the mountains. The next few days, they had to fight against several more packs of prowling nightmare creatures, but none of them were as large and as threatening as the first 2 swarms of the irregulars had eradicated before. The battle readiness of the convoy had increased due to Sonny's efforts and a bit of luck. The 2 new Echoes served as a forward scouts and provided invaluable support in combat. The Ascended One and the Abomination was especially fearsome. The Sleeper Bell was growing into his power too, and the core was well on its way to being fully saturated. The mundane soldiers were now capable of dealing with weaker nightmare creatures thanks to the bitter cusp. Saint was slowly growing stronger as her wounds healed, and the echoing sounds and enchantment of the stifled scream continued to accumulate power little by little. To the people of the convoy, things appeared to be looking up. However, Sonny knew it was just an illusion. In truth, the situation had become more dire with each day. The further north they moved, the more nightmare creatures there were. Navigating between powerful swarms of them was getting harder and harder, and so avoiding the truly overwhelming hordes, the amount of small skirmishes the irregulars and the Echoes had to fight was growing both in frequency and ferocity. For now, they were handling the pressure fine, but the fatigue continued to mount, while the physical condition deteriorated. Small scraps and injuries they received were bound to add up sooner or later. The reserves of essence was getting closer and closer to not having enough to replenish between fights, even with Luster's help. Additionally, the deeper they went into the mountains, the more signs of destruction caused by earthquakes they encountered. Many roads were completely destroyed by rock falls or buried under countless tons of glacial ice. Increasingly often, the Rhino could not handle clearing the path through the roads that remained. All that it meant was that there was more and more enemies around. With fewer and fewer suitable paths to take, Sonny felt like a noose had been drawn tighter around his neck each day. As a result, he had to lead the convoy using more risky routes. A few times, the civilian transports were very close to falling off a crumbling road and plummeting into the deep gorges below, or being destroyed by falling debris. He had to leave the Rhino and use his shadow chain to secure the vehicles, shielding them or pulled them to safety with his own 2 hands. He even had to resort to coming close to abandoned tunnels and pierce the mountains here and there, promising convenient shortcuts and shelters from the howling wind. However, just looking at the dark portals of the hungrily open maws made Sonny shiver. Diving past the old tunnels filled him with a sense of deep gnawing unease. No goddamn way.
Harsh would get infected by others. Harsh would get infected by spoiling others, so he would spoil too. If I want, what would I want if I wanted to? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? The condition of the transport was getting worse and worse. The rougher the path he chose, the faster they had broke down. Samara and Kim had the administrator Hastyfield repair more than a few times, but there was only so much that they could do. The engineers of the vehicle stalled, the wheels got stuck in the deep snow, the heating elements manufactured and filled the interiors with acid smoke. The batteries cracked and leaked because of being both overheated and exposed to terrible cold. There was no end to the problem Sonny had to solve. Damnation. Read his other message. Unlucky, if Josh wanted to find out. I would force Josh to unmod him, or make me superior mod so I could mute him. If Josh wants to. Alright, fair enough. There'll be a time when you probably get promoted to a higher mod. When will that time be? I don't fucking know, but there will be a time. Damnation. Sitting in front of the screen in the command suite of the Rhino, he stared into the map. Sonny had just finished updating it with the information his shadows had brought back from the lengthy scouting mission. Many lands had been crossed out and red marks shifted positions, drawing a narrow set around the convoy. In the absence of the black bodysuit, he was back to wearing the puppet shroud outside of his combat. His old and reliable armor possessed an enchantment called Doubtless, but ironically, it was full of doubts. Just how am I supposed to? At that moment, one of the transports behind the Rhino came to a screeching halt. The lights illuminating its interiors went out, signaling a serious malfunction. The rest of the vehicles were forced to stop too. Sonny looked down and sighed. What now? Standing up, he stretched, massaged his tired shoulders, and left the APC through the main hatch. Darkness and bitter cold welcomed him. The cutting winds immediately tried to suck all the warmth from his body. Walking through the light snowfall, Sonny headed to the back of the convoy. Saint's silent figure glanced over him at the roof of the Rhino, where she had stood with the bow in hand. Looking up, Sonny found that the stairs to the east appeared a bit hazy, as if veiled by something. A resentful frown appeared on his face. Don't tell me. Is the blizzard picking up again? This was grave news. Woohoo! The blizz is picking back up, baby! Woo! Gotta love a fucking harsh and meaninglessly mean blizzard. What do you want? What do you want? Ah! Ah! Whoop. There we go. Is it the cloud? No idea. Anyway, chapter 925. Why do they all have to drink? It's a fucking Monday afternoon. Why do they all have to goddamn drink? 925. Low growl. Walking towards the broken transport, Sonny was deep in thought. If the blizzard was really returning, things would get ugly for the convoy. Sure, the snowstorm would hide their location from the roaming swarms of nightmare creatures, but it would also all but destroy his own ability to track the abominations and keep his map up to date. Sonny and the shadows could see through the darkness of the polar night, but they could not see through the impregnable wall of the billowing snow. Additionally, the mundane drivers were going to have even more trouble with keeping the vehicles on the road. The vehicles themselves would suffer more stress as well. Should he insist on continuing to drive through the blizzard or find a place for the convoy to wait out? Sonny did not like the thought of traveling across treacherous old roads and hazardous conditions, but neither did he like the idea of being stationary, holed up in some sort of cave like a blind rat, with no way to escape such things going south. Damn blizzard, damn rust buckets, why can't it all just be like the Rhino? Of course, that's not a fair comparison to make. His Rhino was the state-of-the-art military carrier, while the civilian transports were just that. Some of them could barely used to carry people, even since they were hastily refitted for industrial cargo vehicles in preparation for the evacuation camp. It was a miracle that they were able to move, honestly. Approaching the cause of the current setback, Sonny had to walk around the massive body of the abomination, who was laying on the road and staring east. The massive beast seemed to have sensed the approaching blizzard as well, considering how intently it was looking at the sky. Snowflakes were falling onto the rugged fur. A smaller echo, Blackie, or whatever the awakening beast was called, was there as well, leaning against the larger one. It had a habit of following the stronger monster everywhere, while Abomination mostly ignored its existence. Damned mongrels, would it kill you to make way for me? I am the master of your master, you know. Show some respect! Shaking his head, Sonny reached the transport. Samara, Kim, and Quentin were already there, running diagnostics with grim expressions on their faces. He did not like the look of that. What's the situation? Samara glanced at him with a deep frown. Captain, this is serious this time. There's a change in the overload of the hub relay, causing the main battery to be cut off from the rest of the system. Usually this wouldn't be too debilitating, but this transport already lost both support batteries and the backup accumulator. There's a lot of melted wiring. Quentin can restore some, but other parts, they will just need to be replaced. Sonny did not understand what she had just said, but then again, he didn't need to. That was the whole reason of employing the specialist. He had become a big fan of a delegation. So, how long is it going to take to get this transport moving again? Samara looked at Kim and Quentin and hesitated for a bit. About 2 hours if we move fast. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. 2 hours? That's not impossible. Although cutting it close, the window of opportunity to drive past the nearest horde allowed such a delay, but not much more. If he let the convoy stall for 2 hours, there'll be no space for mistakes in the next day or so. Can he afford that? Or should he abandon the transport and relocate the people to the remaining ones, thus overloading the struggling vehicles even further and increasing the risk that they themselves might break down in return? Curse it, did Nevis have to deal with this amount of nonsense during her short stint as the Bright Lord? Probably. I mean, she had to deal with a couple thousand more people than you, but a couple hundred people more than you, but probably if I had to take a guess. What'd you say about me? I felt a disturbance in the force. Oh, we were talking about spoilers. Didn't your mama teach you not to sweep behind someone's back? Well, I shot the pot again. Alright, later. Kirbs, come back. He's gone now. Yeah, your bully's gone. May the harsh slander resume. How about let's not slander harsh, okay? He's a mod for a reason. Yeah, he's the last mod, but, like, a mod's a mod, isn't it? Okay. Fix the broke. Nope. I can't spell for shit. God damn it. I can't spell specialist, or surprisingly, apparently. Leading a half a thousand crazed sleepers through the bloody revolt and the suicidal crusade might have been a bit harder than he had thought. Being in charge of hundreds of people was not fun at all. Sonny was slowly starting to understand why the sovereigns were all suffering from some sort of lunacy. He sighed. I can give you 110 minutes. If that's not done, fuck off with the 110 minutes. Shut the fuck up, Sonny. I can give you 110 minutes. If it's not done until then, we will just have to load the refugees onto other transports and abandon this one. For now, do what you can. Gay will make sure that the passages aren't cold. With nothing much to do after that, Sonny walked aside and stood in the shadows of his subordinates. As his subordinates got busy with their task, he thought about returning to the warm interior of Durano, but decided against it. He had been cooped up inside for a while. Some fresh air, even if it was bitterly cold, was a welcome change. The refugees inside the dead transport did not seem too discouraged, especially after the soldiers brought a portable heater. The sleeper there too. His lantern memory chased away the darkness, helping the civilians cope with the fear. Speaking of the sleeper, currently we didn't have much. Currently much more infected, which means that the infirmary transport is empty. If things didn't go well for the repairs, I could just reassign the passengers in there. If there's a good stoppage solution, there would be trouble to get some. If there's trouble, we can just catch the spell, of course. His thoughts were interrupted by Abomination, who suddenly let out a low growl. Considering the size of the massive monster, the growls reverberated through everyone's bones, and that was not easy to ignore. So he turned around and looked at the Echo with a frown. What's up with him? Huh? Whatever. What's up with that thing? The Abomination's monstrous snout was gashed, revealing rows of terrifying fangs. It was still layers on the road, staring at the eastern skies. The Echo looked tense. The other beast by its side was also acting nervous. However, it seemed to be simply repeating after the large one without understanding the reason. Sonny frown deepened, turning to the scowl. That can't be good. He walked over to the Abomination and climbed on it to get a good vantage point. Don't move, you bastard. Reaching the creature's withers, he looked east, seeing the same thing it saw. The veil of the blizzard was growing closer, and a large part of the horizon. What little of it could be seen, the towering mountain peaks, was now obscured by it. Sonny did not notice anything else, though. Does it not like snow? Then again, the blizzard was not of natural origin. It was caused by the titan called Winter Beast, from what Sonny knew. The titan was currently being suppressed by St. Trist somewhere far from the north. That is why the snowstorm came and went, hinting at who was prevailing in the clash at the moment. Skytide's aspect also had something to do with controlling winds and storms, so it also did not directly counter the Titan's powers. She could at least challenge its authority. In any case, the Winter Beast could not be anywhere near the convoy. Then why? Sonny's eyes narrowed, looking closer at the distant haze obscuring the dark sky. He suddenly had a very disturbing idea. Was it really the blizzard? Is something following them? Is something following them? The last mod. Master of Moderation. The last mod, the Master of Procrastination. The Winter Beast and the Moving Snow Machine. Yeah, pretty much. basically just a walking blizzard. Which, in concept, is a cool theory, but I don't really fuck with it right now. The blizzard seems like a bit of a fucking weird... It feels like a weird little plot device for G3 right now. To try and keep everybody moving, which isn't terrible, but I'm not fucking with it. I also just realized... fuck, some of the text has been cut off. There we go. That should do. If I, is it this? Oh yeah, that should do. And then... Right. Then... A little bit more upwards. Make that grow a bit. And get a little bit more this side. And there you go. Now the text should be fixed. Yep, there we go. You two should hire him. Maybe he's just being paranoid. If Sonny's paranoid, something is objectively wrong around him. I don't know if you've learned that already. Have learned that or not. But usually Sonny's intuition when he's paranoid is typically correct. And is not something that should be ignored. Anyway, chapter 926, Stormfront. Sonny stared at the distant haze for a few moments, then glanced at Kim, who was busy with repairs. The evil eye memory could have given, he had given her was supposed to make one capable of seeing things at a greater distance. However, there was an easier way. He called out to Sergeant Gage, who happened to be hurrying past at that exact moment. "Hey, Sergeant!" The man stopped and looked at the captain, who was standing on top of the terrifying monster the irregulars had recently received from the nightmare spell. For some reason, already accustomed to the leader's eccentric behavior, the soldier did not bother to try and guess the reason. "Yes, Captain?" Sonny lingered for a moment. "Do you have... what they called? Binoculars?" Geen nodded. Of course, sir. We have several pairs. One per vehicle. Standard military issue." Sonny gave him a tense look and said quietly, "Give me one of the best ones." Sonny, you silly bastard. Silently disturbed by the tone, Geen glanced at a bundle of blankets he was carrying, then dropped them into the snow and dashed towards the trail of the convoy. Very soon he returned with a pair of modern binoculars and not dared to approach the monster, threw them at the captain. Sonny caught them, brought the unfamiliar device to his eyes, and looked east. At first the image was blurry and unclear, and then something hummed softly, and it came to focus on its own. Suddenly it felt as though he was standing much closer to the slope of the distant mountain. Sonny could see the individual boulders as well as the mounds of snow between them. Moving the binoculars, he searched for a stretch of the open sky. A few seconds later, he finally laid his eyes on the haze that obscured it. Sonny remained motionless for a minute and then silently lowered his hands. His face remained still, but his eyes were suddenly terribly bleak. Feeling something, Sergeant Gurn cleared his throat. "Sir, what is it?" The captain looked at him with bleak eyes, something making the soldier shiver. "What is it?" Sonny repeated that question in his mind. What he had seen was not a whirl of swirling snow. Instead, it was a ghostly creature that resembled a mixture of a bat and a leech, with leathery wings, a long neck, and a head that seemed to be one giant fleshy circular maw. "Oh. Give me a minute. I can find it. I think I know exactly what he's talking about. I think I know exactly what G3's talking about here. Dun 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 moment. Damn, Winter Beast has even affected Josh's camera for me. No, for some, it's because my microphone's in front of me. If it stays down there, it won't be that bad. Pretty sure he's looking at this. Hi, Kai. You going? All right, bye, Kai. This is what he's looking at. In fact, he saw thousands and thousands and thousands of them. The hazy veil that obscured the sky was not caused by the returning blizzard, but a horde of flying abominations that was not so vast. It resembled a rolling storm front in the distance. The vast horde of horrid abominations was swiftly moving in their direction. Suddenly, Sonny's mouth was terribly dry. He glanced at the convoy that stretched along a narrow road. The few vehicles blocked from moving any further, broken by a transport. Not the Kizu. Oh shit, that does look like that. Am I fucking wrong for thinking it's the fucking Kizu? Its armor looks like a disturbing nurse outfit. Corporate wants you to find the difference between the low texture picture, but they're the same. Hey, these things work in herds as well, so that's even funnier. Ew, what the fuck? It's a worm creature from Monster Hunter. It's an electric type monster, right? I know, I fucking hate fighting it. And the weapon is a giant syringe. Ugh. Sir? Sergeant Gein's tense voice caught his attention. Sonny forced himself to focus on it, putting his mind back in reality. Dead. Dead. They're all gonna be dead. Throwing the binoculars back at Gurn, he threw all the unnecessary thoughts out of his mind and issued an order. Get all these people out and load them into the infirmary transport. Do it as fast as possible. No, faster than that. Gein blinked. The infirmary transport? Sonny, interrupting him, Sonny barked. Now! The soldier flinched. That was the first time he had heard the usual cool-headed captain shout. Understanding that something had gone terribly wrong, Gein ran towards the broken transport. Move, move, move! A few minutes later, the frightened refugees were being hastily loaded into the infirmary vehicle. The soldiers were running around, preparing for a swift departure. The irregulars were getting ready for a fight. Sonny was in the middle of his havoc, giving orders. Load the poisonous ammunition immediately. All of it. Empty the reserves entirely. Throw all non-essential cargo out. We need as much speed as we can. Samara, you have 3 minutes to charge as many bullets as you can. Luster, prepare the Rhino for an all-out charge. We're never going to make it. There's no chance. Simply none. The enormous herd of flying horrors were traveling too fast. The convoys would never be able to outrun it. Even if they were moving on a flat and well-maintained road. Of course, fighting it was not an option either. All the appalling creatures descended upon the convoy. Everyone would be devoured within seconds. Sonny might be able to survive it by turning into a shadow, but the rest? Everyone would die a gruesome death. But worse, its neck normally is as stubby as the rest, and then it suddenly extends. Also, it lives in dark caves and clings to the ceiling to ambush you. Yeah. That thing is just fucked entirely. And I love it. I actually do like fighting that boss though. I can't lie. And yes, the Horn seemed to be traveling from east to west, while the convoy was heading north. If, by some miracle, they managed to escape the path of the abominations, maybe they'd still have a sliver of a hope for them. Perhaps even if there was a shelter ahead, one that Sonny had missed when he was compiling the map. In any case, he couldn't bring himself to just give up. No matter how small the possibility, he owed it to these people to make an effort to save them. He had to take them under his command, after all. They were his responsibility. Move! Finally, the broken transport was cleared of civilians. Sergeant Gurn ran up to Sonny. It's done, Captain. What do you want to do with it? Before he could finish the sentence, Sonny grabbed the massive vehicle from the front bumper. strained his muscles a little, and then tossed it over the edge with his bare hands. Fucking hell. I forget Sonny's, like, legitimately built like a fucking monster now. Out of the frying pan and so on. Yeah. Yeah, literally, pretty much. Who? Oh, it's you. I don't care. No. Okay. The transport plumped into the deep, dark gouge with thunderous clangor. It was so heavy that the road under them quaked from the violent force of the first impact. Sonny glanced at the stunned soldier. Everyone get inside and start the engines. Hurry! As everyone ran to their vehicles, Sonny stepped through the shadows and appeared inside the Rhino. Sparing a glance at Professor Opal and Beth, he lingered for a moment and said, "Strap yourselves in. It's going to be for a bumpy ride." They listened without question. Since most of the irregulars were assigned to the civilian transport, the only other person there was Luster, and he was already in the pilot's seat, ready to send the APC forward at Sonny's command. Sonny did not make him wait long. "What are you waiting for? Go!" The Rhino shot forward, plowing through the snow as it cleared a way for the other vehicles. The convoy followed and moved across the mountain road with reckless speed. But not enough of it. On the roof of the APC, Sid was effortlessly holding her balance, standing there like a statue. She slowly turned her head east. Then the Tertian demon lingered for a moment and silently raised her bow. God damn, we've not seen Sonny move like this in a fucking minute. When was the last time we seen Sonny move like just, fuck it, we gotta move? The last time I can think Sonny doing that was at the Soul Devouring Tree. Monster Hunter is so fucking cool. Replaying World right now. I've never played World. In fact, I've only ever played one Monster Hunter game. And that was the weird mysticism one. That was on Xbox Live for a while. Good on you, Fairly. That's such a great game. Only got 240 hours in it. Still enjoyed every minute. Well, how would you move? How would you move if an endless swarm of Kaizen came to eat you, Josh? Frankly, I would accept my death. I would know better than that. The tree? Yeah, exactly. Like, the last time Sonny was moving like that, it was when he probably regained all of his memories and was like, fuck it, no, I am not dealing with this, we're dipping. I was like manhandling Cassie. Fucking hell. Chapter 227. Racing Against Time. I keep pressing enter, thinking it would actually do what I wanted to do. G3 on his way to tell you the truth every chapter. Fucking eloquent. 10 comments. Oh no. As a Broly, Glazer Vegeta might be extremely correct, although Broly was one step above. God damn, what the fuck? How's this video got so many goddamn likes? Well, that's gonna be fun. Also, Effie running from Horace. Yeah, but that was Effie, though. That was Effie's, like, made attempt to get away from him. And rightfully so, he's a scary fucker. That is an assassin, man. Anyway. Chapter 927, Racing Against Time. The rhino flew forward, somehow navigating the twists and turns of the narrow mountain road without plummeting off the crumbling edge. There was nothing but darkness ahead, with snow swirling as it melted through the powerful beams of light that shot on the roof of the heavy vehicle. For once, Luster seemed serious and completely concentrated. His fingers wrapped around the yoke so tight that they turned white. The convoy did its best to keep up. The civilian transports were sandwiched between the ABC and the military vehicles, shaking perilously as they rolled forward at high speeds. Sergeant Gare and his soldiers were hastily loading the poisonous ammunition into the feeding mechanisms of the turrets, turning the barrels east and aiming spotlights at the sky. The veil obscuring the horizon was getting closer and closer. Damn! 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 Sonny was standing behind Luster, persevering the world through the eyes of his shadows. They were gliding far ahead, scouting the path in a search of a serious obstacle and possible shelter. Shelter? There was none to be found, and the devouring swarm was too fast to outrun. Certainly, his head jerked sideways. A dozen or so meters ahead, a swift silhouette lunged at the approaching rhino from the deep crack in the cliffside's face. All Sonny had to do was see the powerful body and a glint of madness burning in a pair of frenzied eyes. A dozen of sharp claws and that shimmered as if made of metal. Before attacking the nightmare creature that had laid an ambush received a chance to collide with the APC, a black arrow pierced its neck, throwing the abomination back and nailing it to the stone slope standing on the roof of the rhino. Saint drew the string of Morgan's warbow again and pinned the corpse flash by. Luster flinched, but kept the vehicle steady. That was a close one, sir. Sonny did not answer. They had to move with as much speed as they could muster, but advancing in such a reckless manner brought its own risk. Not being able to discover ambushes in advance was one of them, and even then it was most likely not going to be enough. Go faster! By now, everyone could tell that the approaching haze was strange and unnatural. They were not able to see the flying horrors with their own eyes for a few minutes, but fear was already spreading through the convoy. Sonny did not need to tell everyone in a hurry, but staying silent was too nerve-wracking even for him. Curse it! In his mind was an image of the map of the mountains. Studying it, Sonny was feverishly trying to find a way to escape. He already knew the optimal route to take, but he had a sinking feeling that it was already too late. He did not know the speed of the approaching horde, but judging by how fast the distant sky was devoured by it, the chances were slim. Up ahead, a stray nightmare creature appeared on the road. Before they could react, a massive shape lunged from the darkness. Abomination's powerful jaws closed on the monster's throat, and then the echo threw it into the abyssal darkness of the gouge with a powerful twist in its neck. Then the ascended monster dashed forward, following by the smaller echo. Soon they had reached the fork of the road and stopped, unsure of where to go. Sonny knew, however. His shadows had already explored both roads, confirming the information reflecting on the map. A few moments before the rhino reached the fork, he leaned forward and spoke to Luster. Take the right path. The right path was the only acceptable choice if they wanted to have even the tintiest hope of getting out of the path of the flying swarm. There was a problem, however. A few hundred meters ahead, it was blocked by the bodies of a pack of prowling nightmare creatures. Soon, Luster saw them too. Captain, what do we do? Sonny gripped the back of the pilot's seat and leaned forward. Just plow through them. What else would they do? The wedge-shaped ram of the rhino was already lowered. The abominations were awakened at best. Tons of swiftly moving metal was bound to make short work of them. And if not, at least toss them off the road. Luster gulped and followed the instructions, accelerating towards the fearsome nightmare creatures without even a hint of slowing down or trying to avoid a direct collision. Not that it was possible to maneuver around the abominations on a narrow road anyway. Before the creatures had time to properly react, the rhino shuddered as it slammed into the abominations, and its armored windshield was instantly splattered with a revolting mix of blood and mangled flesh. Without skipping a beat, Luster prevented the vehicle from launching sideways as a small shift of the yoke moved his gaze to the screen, showing the feed of the external cameras, until the Whispers managed to clean the armored glass, looking through it all as possible. You know what? I gotta give it to Sonny. He was right. Just plow through those bitches. And just like that, the pack of abominations was either torn apart or thrown off the road, clearing the way for the convoy. Except for one. Clinging to the ram of the rhino, a bleeding beast hoisted its massive body up, a powerful limb raising to strike a devastating blow in the windshield. Before it could, however, the shadow nesting between the spotlight of the APC surged forward, forming a sharp spike as they pierced the nightmare creature, and they lost their solidity, turning back into black tendrils. A moment later, the abomination was torn apart from the inside and flung into the darkness below. Keep going. During the chained aisle, Sonny ran from the monster after escaping Sylvain. Yes! That's what I was fucking thinking of. I knew something happened in the second nightmare. I was like, Sonny was trying to escape from something. It was like a black, like glob thing. Oh yeah, Sonny. Oh yeah, Josh, did you end up getting to watch walkthrough? No, because I forgot the site that I was using to try and watch it in the gym. So I just ended up watching episode 11 of I Became Friends with the Second Prettiest Girl. Zoink Scoops, what do we do? Nah, dude. Horus would have been so cool. Imagine finding someone that can just make you blind. What if his awakened ability was the same for nightmares, getting stronger when people feared him? Yo, that's sick, actually. That'd be a powerful duo. I wonder if Lust got the kill credit from the spell for this. He probably did. He's the one driving the vehicle, so yeah, more than likely so. You know, in recent years, I often wonder why my windshield is so clean after driving on the Auburn, but then this is a bit too much. It's just on YouTube, although it has a French version too. Is it on YouTube? You know, the thing with sleeping animals is that they're far too limp. Like, I was just pinging this fucker's head like he was dead. You terrified me there for a moment. How about you don't sleep on your back? Creepy cunt. Sonny gritted his teeth and flinched as one of the rear cameras, as the rear view camera registered a flash of light coming from the turrets of Gear's military vehicle. Turning his attention to it, he saw that the soldiers had opened fire. They were firing at the sky. The devouring horde had still some distance away, but the first straggler had just appeared from the cold darkness and dove down towards the convoy. The creature was not too large, but looked even more terrifying and revolting up close. The rain of bullets tore into its body, delivering the bitter Coop's toxin, and it should have been enough to kill the flying abomination, but the effect of the poison was not instantaneous. Either the soldiers had reacted too slowly, or the nightmare creature was too fast. No matter the reason, its mangled, convulsing body kept falling, approaching the windows of one of the civilian transports. It was before another arrow flashed through the air, slicing the abomination in half. That severed part struck the slope and then rolled down, soon disappearing under the wheels of the speeding vehicle with a repulsive clutch. Sonny let out a sharky breath, relieved. The worst was only starting though, because after the first nightmare creature was killed, turrets did not stop firing. Brother! Tell them to stop! Also, I love how Saint is still MVP. Yeah, season 1 through 4 is on YouTube. French sub and the English dub. Genuine YouTuber. I forgot the site. The site. It's just YouTube. I should probably check that, actually. Just gonna do a quick check. Let me change that to 9:28, though. We've been streaming for 3 hours. Feels way longer than that, though. Feels like I've been streaming way longer than 3 fucking hours. Come on, YouTube, load for me. Load for me. Wait, what am I doing? I got my phone. Oh, never mind, it's already loaded. Walkthrough? What? Bitch? Walkthrough. Because I know it was on Netflix for years. It's how I came to know of it. I'll warn you, the walkthrough dub is cooked. Oh yeah. There's 85 episodes of walkthrough? Huh. Well, I guess I know what I'm watching in the gym now. That's neat. Is it that one Ghost anime cooked? Oh, Ghost Stories? Oh yeah, Ghost Stories is, sub is cooked. That's, like, actually unrepairable and unreplaceable. Like, there's no way on earth you're ever able to remake that anime. You won't be able to, unless you get the original cast to do, like, a whole new comedy dub over it. The smile G3 has on his face when making Sonny's life hell day after day. Oh. Sexy shrimp. Should I ask why? Quibs. Go in the archer. Go in random in the Discord server. When did you say sexy shrimp? Ghost Stories is like an official abridged series. It is as well. And honestly, I love that for them. I just want context for the sexy shrimp. Was that in one of her Diara streams? Because I don't remember that. Anyway, as you're going to explain that, I'll read through chapter 928, Devouring Clouds. Okay, let me explain. Please elaborate on that one. There was a GIF in Diara's server. It was a shrimp, right? Let me explain. Never ends. Yeah. This is not ending well. And it had the text, sexy shrimp. Post, if you can find it, if you've got it saved, post it in the Discord server. Because what the fuck do you mean? A shrimp gif that just says sexy shrimp? Okay, but like, why are they quoting you then? Why are they quoting you, Quibs? It's you specifically. Stop gooning over Jet and tell me why it was specifically that one. I'll give you time. And then there was a and that was gift from you about you, or did you end up getting quoted? Yeah, like there's so many questions that need to be answered here, Kirbs. I'll just tell you that now. Anyway, you have slain the awakened beast, Druid of the devouring cloud. Kind of gas. Typing with one hand. So you know how a fetus kind of looks like a shrimp if you squint at it the right way? Olin. Where's this going? They quoted me because I forgot to add quotation marks. You saw the sexy shrimp gif. Typed out sexy shrimp without quoting it. And now there's an image in my Discord server of you quoting sexy shrimp. Okay. Okay. Anyway, you have slain an awakened beast, Druid of the devouring cloud. That's actually not that strong, considering it's a horde. Oh, there probably is, not a terror. Not a titan either. What's before terror? What's a nightmare? An awakened... I don't fucking know. Just saying, with Kirbs being a self-described fetus without quotes, it's just saying that about himself. What the fuck am I seeing? A sexy shrimp? Someone's going insane in hieroglyphics. Tyrant? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Behave. That's Stacy. I think that's Stacy. I think Auntie Stacy's around. Also, if you're new to the stream and you haven't joined the Discord server, go join the Discord server. It's in the link in the description whilst you're down there. Don't forget to like and subscribe just in case you're new. Anyway, back to reading. The road sloped down, soon reaching the bottom of the deep gouge and continuing forward along its twists and turns. Not afraid of sliding into the abyss anymore, the convoy received some breathing room and accelerated even more. However, despite that, the situation only worsened. By now, the distant mountains had already disappeared, swallowing entirely by the veil of the approaching swarm. Only a few nearest peaks remained visible, but even they were already turning hazy. More and more flying abominations that had traveled ahead of the horde were diving at the convoy, the fleshy circular maws opening wide to bite into the speeding transport and the soldiers operating the turrets. At first, they came one after another, then a few appeared at the same time, and at some point, the rumbling of the firing turrets turned into one continuous rolling cannade. The soldiers fought with desperate determination, relying on their spotters to find the targets in time. The murderous darkness of the polar night was cut and torn by the stark beam of powerful spotlights and tracing bullets painted with dark red streaks. High above, the ghostly aurora glimmed among the stars, slowly turning crimson. Sonny was cursing in a world. Tired of waiting powerlessly inside the Rhino, he climbed to its roof through the upper hatch and swayed at the furious wind assaulting him with a cutting cold. A few steps away, Saint was standing straight, sending one arrow after another into the dark sky. Each arrow reaped a life, and the bodies of the abhorrent creatures were raining down in the snow behind the convoy. In the gun of the nest of the roof of the civilian transport, Samara was discharging her rifle time after time, and somewhere high above, bloody explosions were being charged, essence bloomed with each shot. Well, fuck off, sake. I added context. All right, let's go see the context. Wow, I'm hungry. Here's the context. There's a species of shrimp called sexy shrimp. What the fuck am I seeing? A sexy shrimp? Somebody going insane in hieroglyphics. I love how harsh lag, to be specific, caught you so fast with the LOTM gif. Oh, that's really funny, actually. Your ass got caught, brother. Oh my god. First jet, now shrimps? Fucking hell. I never doubted you. Oh my god. Oh my god. The other awakened were assisting the soldiers as well. However, even though each possessed a memory capable of dealing damage at range, they were less proficient with them. The sleeper, ironically, was the closest to the convoy that had a marksman after Saint and Samara. His quiver was full of poisonous arrows. In an infurious turn of events, Sonny was the only one without a suitable weapon. He only had one bow, and that one was currently being used by his shadow. Curses. That gif has me dying. Yeah, I know what gif it is now. It's not even the main fucking harsh. Yeah, it's not even R1. I got fucking sniped by the second one. Fucking poor Kirbs. I'm hated by both. You're cursed by both. There's a difference. You have Big Brother Harsh in here, right? And then there's the second Harsh, who is also a big brother, but he's the middle child, so he bullies the fuck out of you. Hey man, I won't fucking yuck anyone's yums, but damn quick. Quibs' aspect. He can make anything about Jet sexy. His flaw, he finds shrimp sexy. Quibs is doomed. The undying chain was already encasing his body, and the dying wish was calling out to the nightmare creatures, compelling the nearest ones to aim at him, and him alone. That made the pattern of their attacks a little bit more predictable, using more bullets to hit their marks, but he did not know what else to do. All of it was meaningless anyway. The convoy could kill 1,000 of these flying monstrosities, and it would still be more than a drop in the ocean. With each minute, the number of attacking abominations was mounting, and with each second, the devouring cloud was drawing closer. Soon, it would envelop the gorge completely, and then, all of their efforts would end in a gruesome and bloody finale. Sonny did not think for a second that the convoy would be able to fight through the countless horde of the flying abominations. Why did I not count for it? Fool! Damned fool! It was not as though he had not thought of swarms of flying nightmare creatures before, and yet Sonny had never considered a situation like this one seriously enough to come up with an effective countermeasure. What countermeasures were there, though? What was one supposed to do if the sky itself had devoured them? My aspect is just about lust, I guess. No, that's your awakened ability. Your awakened ability is to manifest it into existence. Hence, you know, the AI sexy jet bot that you made. We're never forgetting that, Quibs. We're never forgetting that. It's this close to being permanently written on the whiteboard, just like up there. Quibs has jet AI bot IRL. Never forget. He gritted his teeth. There's no way out. As far as Sonny could tell, they had already failed to escape from the path of the harrowing horde, and had not found shelter to weather the heavy
the heavenly plague. You better are manifesting Cassie, Jet, and Keydong. Dong? Keydong? Sexy shrimp AI bot. My flaw is that everything jet related becomes a stray on me. Well, no. If you manifest it and it comes real, that's on you, brother. The what now? Oop, shit out. Oh my god. The soldiers continue to fire the turret, hurriedly swinging the steaming barrels around to catch the bloody beast before they crash into the transports. Saint and Samara continued the slaughter, but there was no point. Feeling a bitter taste in his mouth, Sonny looked up. The mountains had disappeared completely, swallowed by the seething haze of the devouring cloud. Numerous abominations bloated out the sky, making it seem as though the crimson light of the aurora itself was spawning an all-consuming deluge of them. A minute or two later, the horde would flood the gouge and descend upon the convoy. His only solace was that not even a fraction of the nightmare creatures will be able to satiate themselves with human flesh. They're just too few humans for the convoy to fill up their stomachs. Starve the rest of you bastards. Somebody says they want Jet to step on them. It's related to me. And nobody believes me when I say it's my flaw. That Key Dong got bro acting unwise. The sexy shrimp's Key Dong got him going crazy. Just Green, you don't get to judge with that PFP. Wait, what's Just Green's profile picture? Go to channel. Come on, Green. Come on, Green. I didn't even fucking see that. Oh, you fucking... So much Quibi lore. I mean, the Quibs lore is simple. It's, Sonny and Nephis. Sunfist bodysuit. Are y'all done? Actually, you know what? What's on your nose? Behave. Ten out of 10 profile picture, but still based. I wouldn't say that's based. No, having softcore porn as your profile picture is not something I would classify as based. But you know what, lad? You do you. Lacking a suitable weapon, Sonny could not help his people and their last stand. But that was not his job. His most important job as a leader, to think, and yes, Sonny could not think of anything either. The image of the map was still flashing in his mind, was burned into it. All the potential campsites and shelters he had marked in advance were too far away, and all the convenient roads he had scouted were useless. Saint suddenly stepped back, and in the next moment, the corpse of one of the brood beasts crashed into the roof of the Rhino. The APC shuddered and continued to speed forward. A drop of flint blood hinted the visor of Sonny's helmet. I'm surprised he isn't... Alright, question. I'm surprised he isn't using, like, the Sinisaurus to try and drive, like, at least a couple of them mad. Like, anything? To try and, like, stall the horde a little bit. He inhaled deeply and stared at the ugly maw of the dead abomination. Numb in its repulsive appearance. Nor the ghastly, hungry maws would soon be feasting on the flesh of his people. A hungry maw. Suddenly a grim expression appeared on his face.
hidden by the helmet. Turning around, Sonny dove into the hatchet, noiselessly, landed under the floor of the APC and dashed towards Luster. Where is it? Where is it? Soon, one of his shadows noticed an old, almost entirely crumbled road that forked away from the main one 100 or so meters ahead. The rhino was just about to reach it. Turn left! Luster's hand reached faster than his mind, sending the rhino into a sharp turn. The vehicle trembled as its wheels left a somewhat intact surface, better preserved road, and almost dismantled one. The young man spared a glance to the captain. "Sir, where are we going?" Sonny paled a little. "Into a hungry maw." New viewers will be so confused if we ever reference the shrimp or jet shit. New viewers. Praying. He did not need to explain further. Really, now they had entered a desolate road, there was only one way. Forward. And there, ahead of them, waited something he had hoped to avoid at all costs. The dark portal of the old abandoned tunnel. Not too long ago, Sonny had sworn he had never entered one, but now, he only prayed to reach it. Alright, I'm gonna go feed the cats. Hi, Nephis. What are you doing, girl? I'm gonna go feed the cats. Give me like 10 seconds. I'm back. I've got a creature. I can't tell how I feel about it. On one hand, Shadow Slave is becoming mainstream. On the other hand, Shadow Slave is becoming mainstream. It becoming mainstream is inevitable. Like, the second it gets a Monwa, it's going to be probably top 3 biggest current Monwas, like, right now. And I really don't know what else is going to be, like, even a competition for it. Especially for the Forgotten Shore as well, and how well written it is. Like, I can promise you it's going to be insanely popular. They're already here, dude. Just avoid them. Yeah. I mean, like, what? The Mon was meant to be coming out in July, August? Like, that's when the first couple of batch chapters are meant to be coming out? Yeah. Like, what's even the top 3 most current, what's even the top 3 popular Monwas right now? That's a great question. Monwas kind of go through, like, a big phase, though. That's kind of the issue with Monwas. Because it can range from, like, webtoons to other shit. Like, Solo Leveling Ragnarok's probably in that, like, top 3 most viewed right now. Then what else? That's, like, actually ongoing. If we're going to be specific with it. ORV is pretty popular. That's on a break right now. Season 1 is just done, even. So... I'm trying to think, like, what's actually airing. Moments have phases because they go breaks a lot. That's true. Shadowslave, if it keeps the FL level quality, has a chance to be on Lord of the Mysteries level, but it's already thrown away its chance. Shadowslave ain't even on Lord Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint level anymore. I don't know. I don't think it's ever been on Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint level. Well, to be fair, you've already seen my opinion on Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. But, like, here's the thing, though. For as good as Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint and Lord of the Mysteries are, or I guess in Lord of the Mysteries' case is going to be for me, Shadowslave is objectively more fun to read. It's a story that is infinitely easier to consume, with easier names to remember for Western audiences. Its action is clear and straight to the point, its power system and its lore is clear and to the point, its story isn't hard to follow, which are all of it is inherently really, really good. I have a handful of, like, writing moments on G3 being, like, a fucking stickler for certain words, but that's it, though. Its mom was not gonna have that issue. Its mom was going to fill in for those, like, repetitive words. I guess the only words they can't really, like, fill in for is, like, damnation, which is a catchphrase at this point. Oh! Here's how to explain it. I'm so sorry to compare this. I'm so sorry to compare Shadowslave to this, but it's the only way that's gonna make sense to you, right? Think Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer's power system is incredibly easy to understand. It's got incredibly likable antagonists. It's got a pretty good main cast. All of the names are fairly memorable. And yet, it's all fairly simple, and it doesn't do anything bad inherently, right? I don't like Demon Slayer. I don't like its characters, but the majority of people do. And Shadowslave is significantly better. That's why it's going to be a lot bigger than, like, Lord of the Mysteries and Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint when they, like, when it inevitably gets its manhwa, and then later on inevitably gets, like, its animated production. That's really the easiest way to think of it. Actually, think of it like, you can probably think of it as, like, Dragon Ball to an extent. Because this is like a story in where we're seeing these characters age up. We're seeing the world and the lore and the power system constantly evolve. Well, maybe not the power system, but, like, we're seeing how the power system can help people evolve. Got an interesting cast, but we're predominantly following two main characters for the majority of it. And overall, it's just popular as fuck. Nah, Shadowslave probably won't be bigger than Lord of the Mysteries. Lord of the Mysteries got hella audience in China, which is why it's not so glazed in Western audiences. I'd say it's probably going to be comparable. I'd say it's extremely comparable, actually. Because the issues with Lord of the Mysteries right now is that its anime is not great. It looks stellar. And it's covering the first volume, but the first volume so far hasn't been the best thing in the fucking world. It's not the most entertaining thing in the fucking world. And when Shadowslave does inevitably get that, though, it's gonna be easier to follow. Because its pacing is better. Wait, when did you get down? Snowball! Snowball! Like, regardless of how you view it or not, in the Western world, Shadowslave is going to be astronomically bigger than Lord of the Mysteries. And you can't argue that. If you know anything about media consumption in the Western world, you should know there's not going to be a chance in hell that Lord of the Mysteries is going to be bigger than Shadowslave when they both have the equal amounts of, like, releasing. You can say Lord of the Mysteries is better, which is, like, that's just whatever. Go think what you want to think. Come here. Come here. Come on.
No, you bitch. Huh. Says the nuances in the spoilers chat. For Shadow Slave, there are some nuances of the power system that go over people's heads later on. I can imagine, but, like, that's not gonna stop the earlier half of the power system being, like, incredibly easy to consume. Nah, it's glazed if you think something's better than Lord of the Mysteries. There's a lot of stories that I can think of right now that I think are better than Lord of the Mysteries, but I've not caught up to it yet. I can see the potential of Lord of the Mysteries probably being in that, like, 9 out of 10 category for me. Like, the potential is clearly there if the story really does live up to the hype. But where it is right now, I don't even want to throw it in the tier list. I'm going to be so honest with you. And if it is being thrown in the tier list, it's probably going to be, like, next to Black Clover in, like, that 7.5 out of 10 right now. But that's just how I'm currently feeling about it. Like, it's fun. It's interesting to think about. And I'm liking some characters. I'm liking some of them. Some of them have got a personality to give a fuck about. But other than that, it's more like it's intriguing me. It's not done anything for me yet. No, not that. I'm talking about how people will seriously say Shadow Slave's world-building characters, power system are better than Lord of the Mysteries. The only one I can see is world building, to be honest. Because Shadow Slave's world building is pretty fucking good. Like, I would compare Shadow Slave's world building to, like, Dark Souls and One Piece's world building. And that's, like, top tier echelon world building, in my opinion. It's kind of crazy that right now the world count for Shadow Slave is bigger than Lord of the Rings series. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Because to be fair, Tolkien loves to fucking yap. Joshua, Shadow Slave's world building's been to death by Lord of the Mysteries. I'm gonna be completely honest, I highly doubt that. I, like, really fucking doubt that. But that will come when it comes. Anyway, let's get into the last chapter of today, because we've been yapping for how long? Fucking 4 hours. Chapter 929. 1 minute. I'm gonna close my door because people are loud! Chapter 929. Swarm. What the fuck did I do? Okay. As the convoy desperately drove towards the distant entrance of the old tunnel, the devouring cloud finally reached the gorge. The sky disappeared, blotted out by the slithering mass of the winged abominations, and submerged in the world into an impenetrable darkness. Even the dim glint of the shimmering stars was exhausted. The swarm flowed down the slopes of the mountains like a tidal wave, penetrating the armored frame of the rhino. The deafening rustle of the countless beating wings assaulted Sonny's ears. He grimaced, glanced at the screens one last time. The dash back in the roof hatch. Once he climbed outside, the noise grew many times more violent, making it seem as though a hurricane was raging around him. The mass of nightmare creatures was seconds from swallowing the rearmost vehicles of the convoy. The overheated barrels of the turrets continued to discharge a barrel of bullets into the rushing wave of abominations. Long tongues
long tongues of flames boomed from the glowing muzzles. At that point, the soldiers didn't even have to aim to hit the enemy. However, all their efforts were in vain. Shadow Slave can take enjoyability for most part. It is more enjoyable than Lord of the Mysteries. Really fucked up in how bad the recent entertainment of the recent volumes have been. What? In Shadow Slave? I've heard people have been indifferent about Volume 12 though. Like from what I understand, Volume 12 is kind of all over the place when it comes to its pacing. Me and Ken were talking about it. I was like, I'm excited to see what the upcoming volumes have been like. And him and another creator, we all did like a TikTok live. Just talking about like the early halves of Shadow Slave, for me specifically. And they were like, Volume 12 is a bit... It's good, but it's all over the place pacing-wise, which does not sound fun. Because, to be fair, Shadow Slave doesn't have a pacing issue right now. It's had pacing issues. It has issues in where it's like... Part of it dragged out a little bit. But it's not usually the worst. But apparently it's a bit of inverse. The recent chapters have been summarizing. We got 2 time skips in the last 2 volumes. It's not been fun. We could have had like 400 chapters of stuff. It's some interesting plot points, but not entertaining. Fair enough. Penetrating the armor frame of the Rhino, the deafening... Oh, I already read this. Sonny would have needed thousands of soldiers and hundreds of heavy artillery vehicles to put a dent into the swarm of the abhorrent abominations. But what he needed was to buy a little time. Saint! Following his mental command, the Shadow turned and threw Morgan's Morbow into his direction. Catching it, Sonny took a moment to balance himself in the swaying roof, and then drew a string with a furious determination. All 4 of his shadows flowed from his fingers. A bolt of lightning straight through the air, striking one of the brute beasts. The creature's body disintegrated into a blinding flash, and then dancing arcs of electricity spread through the swarm, spreading in all directions for dozens of meters. For a moment, the whole world was illuminated by the stark radiance. That the convoy were a few seconds at most. That bought the convoy a few seconds at most. Not enough. It's been moving a bit fast. Yeah. That's what I'm hearing, basically. Like, Volume 9 and 10 were not fun for a lot of people. Volume 11 was exactly what people wanted. Or, the vast majority of people really, really enjoyed Volume 11 from what I heard. And Volume 12 is, like, eh. It's, like, kind of 50-50 on most people. Which sucks! That kind of sucks, but oh well. When you write a story every day consecutively for, like, 4 years, it kind of makes sense. Even if Sonny had essence to spare, he could not use the Strike of Thunder repeatedly. Like almost all memories, it needed time to summon and dismiss. Although the whole process took no more than a dozen seconds, right now, that was enough to delay to doom them all. If Winter was here, she would have had a problem. Yeah, she would have had a solution, but sadly, Sonny was all alone. Oh, never mind, the actual person Winter. On the roof of one of the civilian transports, Samira overcharged her powerful rifle, causing some of the circuitry inside of it to melt into a rain of sparks. The usual electricity whine of the activating coil was devoured by the Kanothi Nope. I know what this word is, I cannot pronounce it. Of thousands of beating wings, but the thunderous roars of a result shot was not. The brilliant particles of the light traveled through towards the storm at a tremendous speed. And it was detonated by a staggering violence. A huge explosion took the ground, swallowing a swarm of the attacking abominations. Samara swayed and spat a handful of blood, showing signs of severe essence depletion. But the rest of the irregulars were not remaining idle either. The doge of poisonous bullets and their memories were doing their jobs, buying the convoy precious time. And the tunnels was getting closer and closer, but it was not close enough. The rearmost military vehicle was already suffering under the onslaught of attacks. Its armored hull was being cut open and peeled open, and blood was flowing down the sides. The soldiers had been operating the turrets were nowhere to be seen, but others had already taken its place, only to scream a moment later when the razor-sharp fangs of the frenzied brute beast sunk into his arms. As blood ran down, the soldier gritted his teeth and drew his sidearm, discharging several mundane bullets into the creature's neck without any result. Sonny did not see the rest. The strike of thunder finally materialized itself back into existence, and the shadows have returned, so he had charged the lightning into the swarm once again. Attracted by the dying wish, many abominations were ignoring the rest of the convoy and lunging at the rhino. For now, none of them had gotten past Saint, who brandished the sin of Solace as she protected him. However, Sonny knew that he was not going to remain safe for much longer. Their salvation was so close. And yet, the time was up. I wish he would just take longer breaks, or at least spend another 10 to 20 chapters on things that have been summarized. Like, don't get me started on how much BS these fights have been. Oh no. I'm annoyed at multiple fights in Volume 11, but I'm annoyed at all the fights in Volume 12. So, yeah. That sucks. That's not fun to hear. Despite all the efforts, Sonny and his soldiers could not hold on to the Devourer's clouds back anymore. The convoy was already surrounded by the massive nightmare creatures from all sides. In stunned horror, Sonny watched as the rear vehicles were swallowed by the swarm of abominations. Its armors disintegrated as it was made of paper, shredded into nothing in mere second. What followed? The hell with this! Before Sonny knew what he was doing, he moved his body forward, dashing to the back of the rhino. He flooded his muscles with essence and jumped. I must have gone crazy. Sonny soared into the air above the convoy, sharpening his sensing sharp fangs scraping against the bleak steel of the undying chain. On his belt, a beautiful lantern cut the black stone. Suddenly opened, letting out a surge of darkness. Weathered in that darkness, he plummeted down and landed on the roof of one of the damaged vehicles. Dozens of tendrils exploded from the kneeling figure that was shrouded in shadows, tearing countless brooding beasts apart. More shadows flowed into the water, covering the breaches in the vehicle's hull and solidifying into an impregnable armor. Chiefrey is good at many things, but power scaling, he is not. Say how. Oh my god. Say how in spoiler chat. I can't see what you mean for... I can see what you mean for Volume 11, but not for Volume 12. My god. Y'all are getting angry. Well, Kirbs is getting angry about it, but oh well. Currently, they are. At the same time, black walls rose from the ground surrounding the convoy.
Hundreds of brooded beasts furiously crashed into them, causing the walls to shudder. However, at least for a moment, they held. Ahead of the column, the rhino finally reached the tunnel and drove through the entrance, disappearing into the lightless emptiness within. One after another, the other vehicles, as well as a few nightmare creatures, followed. The abominations were swiftly gunned down or killed by the irregulars. The damaged vehicles that Sonny had landed on entered the old tunnel, rounded towards for a few seconds, and then came to a screeching halt. Wow, I'm getting needlessly tired here. Also, my throat's killing me. He fell down the roof and hit the ground hard, then stood up with a stagger. Another wall of shadows rose, blocking the mouth of the tunnel ahead. This one was much thinner than the previous one. Instantly, it came under a savage attack. The black surface trembled. Not cracking yet, but it was visibly struggling to withstand the never-ending rain of blows. In the echoing silence of the tunnel, Sonny bent over, spat blood, and tiredly looked around. His voice sounded stifled. "Someone better blow up the entrance. Fast." Oh, okay. Exactly what I thought Sonny was going to do then. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna be it. Also, so far between the Terror of LO49 and the Kuzu Swarm, which is the worst edit box out of list? Oh, LO49 is probably worse than this. LO49 is like existential horror that he's had to live through for days and days. This is more of like, don't get me wrong, it's an existential horror, but I don't think it's that bad compared to LO49. Saying that, he's not had a single moment of rest since he landed in Antarctica, so that's probably not fucking surprising at all, is it? Not one. But we're done. Oh, fucking hell. Those were fun. Those were fun chapters. We got a little bit of lore dump, which is cool. We got a little bit of glaze from Sunny and Stone State. We got a couple of cool fights. But other than that, I'd say this has been a blast so far. Volume 5 is definitely... I'll say this now, because I can't remember who asked before. It might have been Miguel. This has been the second best volume so far. It's lived up to the hype. It's lived up to the hype. I'm mad that we haven't seen our little imp, so far. Kind of pissed. We're definitely going to get another shadow after this, though. We're definitely going to get another shadow in this volume, which is going to be cool. I like that hint. And this Swarm has been a bit tiring to kind of read through, I'm not going to lie. But every kind of Swarm G3's kind of written so far has been a bit monotonous to read through. So I can't really complain that much. Whew. See you tomorrow. With Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 40 to chapter 50, most likely. Because I want to read a little bit more of it in my free time now. And yeah. Deuces for a good while, I guess. I'm probably going to take a nap. Being all serious, I'm probably going to take the nauseous power nap.